All right, for watching the stream. Thanks. Nameless Fellowship.
It's us.
That's us.
Us.
Yay.
It's
Yeah,
us.
dab,
Very
dab,
We've been
dab.
almost
dab.
playing for a year together.
Oh my god,
That's
we
true.
almost have.
That's
Session
crazy.
32. So we're reaching the numbers, and as we go into session numbers, we have to start talking like we're older people.
I mean, that's kind of how
Skyrim.
that's kind of how things work, though, isn't it? Like,
Gilga, get your ass over here. Help Pillar.
Come
do
on.
I just sound more and more depressed as time goes on until eventually I have a midlife crisis?
The realization here is we have to make that in the game time, it's only been roughly 3 weeks.
Oh God.
That's
Yeah.
so crazy. It hasn't been that
Yeah,
long.
roughly 3 weeks, but for us, it's been almost a year.
It's great
Yeah.
stuff. It's
How
great
D
stuff.
D B?
That's how it works sometimes, I suppose. All right, so going through the recap, you all had
Oh,
left
shit.
off.
No, keep going, keep going.
You all
Dramatic.
Hey.
That
Very
was
dramatic.
That was very
Yeah.
dramatic. So you all had left off with exploration headed downriver. As we kind of concluded the end of the session, we were perusing on our boat as we were going, and we had reached kind of a point where we had a kind of a camp out, right? And then we got back on the boats, and then we started going again. Of course, we were prided ourselves on how we were taking charge with these boats. And if I recall correctly, Nair, you were obviously with your proficiency in water vehicles, were able to navigate your particular canoe. And then you had to kind of fight over who was doing the other one because of your roll check. And from that, I believe we had Wingsong actually taking charge of the canoe for the voyage here as we traverse. I believe towards Norfolk is where we're headed.
I did it perfectly, by the way. I just wanted to mention that.
It was like Lazy River and Oregon Trail.
Yeah.
You're the river.
Feeling it. So that's really the recap. I mean, beyond that, we had some update information provided from Dumley as well as Paxina. We had kind of concluded through investigations of that horrible cottage in the woods that a piece of a particular stone was not there, right? The actual thing upon that was described as the amulet of Merlin, right? That was not there. So kind of leaves to wonder like where it had gone, what had happened to it, but there are certain things that kind of went down that might allude to that it had, maybe it was there once upon a time, not there currently. So yeah, so we're down the river, we're making our way.
There was
You're in the
also
canoes.
Thurthig's first foray into the spell commune.
And Wingsong was a cat. No,
Gilga was a cat.
Gilga was a
Gilga
cat.
was a cat.
That's right.
Yeah, Gilga was a
And
cat.
that was beautiful. That was such a beautiful moment.
Beautiful
I'm still
experience.
mad that I missed that.
You should be mad.
It was something.
It was something to behold.
I still remember the meows that he made, his very first noises. That sounded a lot creepier, but I like that it sounded a lot creepier.
You know what? I approve. I definitely approve.
I'm glad you approve.
So we all took a
Imagine,
long.
like, what your first meow would be like.
Did we all take a long rest technically as that day
Yes.
happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did do the sleepies.
Yeah, we went to sleep.
Yeah, I technically used a spell, so.
I technically did use all of my luck.
Come on, gain that luck back.
Technically, you used up one. Didn't you use up one luck point for
I used up like
roll?
one or two.
Yeah,
I used up a luck point to get the amazing like rowing skill.
That 19 on your row because you originally rolled a 10 or a 5.
I think I got like a nat 20 on my last roll.
No, your last roll was a 19 by looks of
was
what
it?
You got the nat 20 was on you rolling to be the captain.
Yeah.
Oh.
To be the
That's
captain,
right.
you rolled the nat 20.
And then you rolled a 5 for the check, and then you used your lucky feat to roll a 19 instead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very impressive.
By the way, that rain effect is awesome because I have it at the right volume where I'm like, do I have water running in the place? No.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, some of these effects are really cool. They kind of almost like, oh, I want to go to sleep right now. Like they're so
Yeah.
real. Um, okay, so
Relaxing.
going down the river, the again to describe where you're kind of you have a couple different turns, different curves of the river, right? There's a few rapids and things that you have to navigate too. This is a very quick moving river in many different places, and then it kind of slows down as it widens up, and it's definitely the smaller of the tributaries of the forks, right? That's going to feed into the Varen River. That actually is going to cross through the marshes of Unveiling. So taking charge and rowing through, you have multiple different types of deciduous trees along the riverbank, a few different beachheads of sand, but mainly rock, small to medium-sized rock, ferns, underbrush, and bushes that flower as well as produce fruits, so berries and things that can be ate. And it's a diverse wildlife, right? You're seeing small, medium-sized game, songbirds, other sorts of things. And remind that as far as the month is concerned, we are in still consideration of fall, right? So we have yet to fully see the deciduous leaves change, which are beginning to, and some of them are falling and things. So it's creating a little bit of that effect where you can see through maybe the mid to top of the canopy of the trees. As you traverse through the course of the day, you're going to get here right around kind of midday towards the afternoon as far as the travel time upon the particular of the water. Something that was mentioned is that the water was faster than the land. You'd only be getting here a half day earlier potentially if you took the water route. But it's a nice way. Don't have to deal with anything up there, and there's no real predation or any critters or any monsters that really come your way. It's just been really tranquil and a little bit remote. You haven't seen a number of individuals through here ever since you kind of left the jurisdiction, quote unquote, of Fort Farron. There was populations of halflings and gnomes and other sorts of folk fishing right along the actual embankment is certain beaches that went down from the cliff sides ranging from 4 to 6 to 8 to 10 feet in height. But after the jurisdiction point, it became remote. There's just not a lot of people. When you had low areas of the cliffs and you were able to see maybe off to the north, the areas were populated with farmland. So there were mixtures and groupings of maybe cropping, like deciduous trees and other sorts of things, but it had housing and farmland, other sorts of stuff. So showcasing back on the Fort Farron map, a lot of the farmland kind of hugged the road, went off to the west. In the same regard, that's what's happened. But the further more you go, the less farmland you see, the less housings you see, and you don't see any smoke coming from their chimneys. You don't see any sort of signs that they're outside or inhabited or whatnot. And it kind of comes true with what Commander Remar Luna was saying, that they have sent patrols out here. They've talked to individuals, and they said, hey, you should probably get out of here, right? Based on the fact that Horde has been moving through your land and whatnot. But they have described was that many did not want to leave, and that Norfolk, the last time that they actually had sent a patrol out there, the people were fine. That they described that the Horde would just simply move through and leave them undisturbed. So as the midday crests, you kind of come to an area where the running water is increasing. You can see that the rapids themselves are pitching, and then all of a sudden comes into an area where it widens out, and then it's starting the congruence, right? It's starting to work itself in to another larger river that's fed from the mountainside to the north that kind of cuts through and provides a border between these large, massive trees that span upwards of 80 to 110 feet in height. They are barren, though, so there's no leaves across them. The branches are blackened, and they're kind of crooked and twisted, and they kind of form large mass. Lots of vines and sort of tendrils of low kind of grasses and things that kind of protrude outwards from the lowland, feeding into that river. And then you have a fog embankment that's just kind of rolling and pushing out of it and then hitting something and coming up and then rolling back down. From a first glance, you'd be like, okay, that's a little bit odd, right? And as you stare at it further without having true nature proficiencies or anything, it doesn't seem natural. the fact that the fog isn't just kind of flowing and then pushing with the wind of the river, it's just kind of hitting something and curling back into itself and coming back into the marshes. The marshes are on both sides of the Faring River as the congruence comes to. And then it kind of goes and works itself into foothills, right? So to the south now that the embankment is seen, to the north are farmland, to the south were like foothills and rolling kind of smaller mountains and whatnot. And then they really work themselves into kind of a border or a barrier that the marsh actually cannot work into, higher elevation, right? So Norfolk, as you kind of crest around, you find an area to really lay your boats down. Most of the south side of Norfolk for great hundreds of feet, if not 600, 800, is just kind of small pebbles and sand. There's many different small kind of huts or lean-tos that are pitched up with baskets that are interwoven, such as fish traps or fish baskets. Fishing poles as well, they're just left around. Many trees dot around the actual area, about 20 to 30 feet to the north of the actual beachhead. Shrubs and different things, and then there's also stumps, so they've been clearing down trees, harvesting them for wood potentially. Nets as well as boats are kind of pulled up towards those trees, and they're leaning against them, and the nets are put in with oars. And the boats are similar in design to what you have, potentially that they actually go out onto the water a little bit, maybe to fish or do other sorts of netting. Now, immediately you see there are maybe a dozen to 16 structures. They are small, straw-thatched roofing. Few of them do have windows. There seem to be kind of wooden etched with kind of a flat glazed window. They're all single story. They're kind of squatting down, roughly kind of 10 to 11 feet in height. Rickety wooden doors. They're wooden lined. Much of the wood is kind of weathered, and the siding and how it's done is kind of broken down over time. And the doors are smashed in. The windows are broken. The grasses are stomped down. Throughout the central parts of here, it seems as though the horde has moved through. You know this. You face the horde. But now you see that some of the buildings have been hit, potentially by large objects. Almost like a side of a building has been smashed. Some object came through and whipped through and broken off splinters of wood. The roofs have kind of been hit inwards. Grass, like I said, destroyed down. That may have been expected. The large amounts of things moving through, how much it rains, it's going to be a mud pit. All the grasses and things being kind of shoved down. And there's really no road besides the cobbled road that lines the river and then slowly turns into rock and dirt as it begins to reach Norfolk. And that same kind of pathing works its way between the structures. As you get out of the boats, and you begin to look around for any sign of life, you never have to roll perceptions.
Weren't we told that they were leaving these guys alone?
Yeah,
That's correct.
normally they just left everything alone. And they just walked through.
Clearly we got the souped up, extra obnoxious version most recently, but perception.
I mean, there was a 75-foot tree that walked through the area.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Perception, right?
Yeah,
There were
perception.
those, very large creatures as well.
You know, guys, I think I just realized I forgot something for like 6 levels.
Oh.
That I had bonus proficiency. I was just looking at my shit and I was like, this doesn't add up.
Expertise.
No, I
This is
also
the first
didn't have
time
my
I've been proficient in perception and actually rolled well, so I'm pretty hyped.
You're
I usually have
attacking- Sorry.
I'm saying
That's fine.
Wait, what were you saying, Happy?
I just realized that I think my amount of proficiencies does not add up because I just completely I'm like confused. Why is it saying that I can have more proficiencies? Why is it saying I can have another expertise? I'm 9th level. I don't get another expertise until like 10th level. Then I realized I'm meant to have 2 expertises, and my College of Lore gives me 3 bonus proficiencies.
You just never set them up.
I never did because I thought I did because I have so many already.
Yeah. College of Law, you are a skill monkey.
Yeah, you got a
well,
lot.
I forgot.
Yeah, you got a lot.
Maybe
of
get on
things.
in there.
Yeah,
I can sure use some perception and some.
I already have perception. That's why I have a high number.
We'll go ahead and click away.
Investigation.
Yeah,
Persuasion.
I'll just be changing my. I'll just be adding some more
Stealth.
proficiencies, I guess.
Stealth,
I already have
investigation,
stealth.
persuasion.
I already have that. I already have like most of these. It's more of just like I think my character would have certain things now. I guess. No,
Animal handling,
that's why I just put on.
Boat? Can you get
Arcana
boats?
bread.
You cannot do proficiency in vehicles and stuff like that. That's specific skills.
I already figured the ones that I wanted out because just realistically out of his character. As an Arcana, animal handling, and survival.
In any case.
Still adjusting to you without facial hair.
Everyone's just slowly staring. So we have a perception of 25 on the arrow.
Yes.
Perception of 23 by Thunder. Gilga 8. Suit 10.
Yeah,
Some
not seeing
23.
anything.
Pass 16.
So it's not too happy about all the rain and muck. Has to stay in his human form, otherwise
The conditions are a little bit odd, right? Because you have a lot of rain. There's things, but you can see kind of clearly, and you're stretching, you're looking through. The perceptions, as you are moving through, you're looking potentially for figures, right? Is there anything left over around here? Any bodies, any whatnot? You don't find any bodies. Look through the windows. Notice all the furnishings, all the items in there, potentially broken from some sort of fight. But all of the personal possessions are left. So you're finding potentially a chest, a lock still attached. Could be a couple different bowls on a kitchen table. Bits of food, of bread, cheese, ale still inside of a cup. Right? So you're taking the perceptions, you're looking, you're immediately noticing there's nobody here, like at all. No bodies. Obviously signs of potentially struggles, fights, destruction. And there's no undead either. Right? No bodies of that.
I don't know if it helps, but I'm pretty sure I'm still high, so I have +2 wisdom, so it was a 27. I don't know if that helps me notice anything else. I'm very alert right now.
Are you high right now? I thought that was the...
We long rested.
No,
yeah,
but
we
then
long
we...
rested.
Oh,
But
I thought we joked
that
about
was-
smoking
that
out
was-
before we started. I thought
Yeah,
I thought the
Nah,
running
nah.
joke was for sailing, was we just kept doing it.
If
We
you're
could,
waking
if
and
you want.
baking,
You want to wake and bake? That's all right.
Wake
That's
and
your call.
bake.
You want to be waked and baked?
Yeah,
All right, we'll wake and bake. No worries. Okay.
that's -2 intelligence, but it's +2 wisdom, so that would have been a 27. I don't know if that
Okay.
improves what I'm noticing. But we
And
just
they-
came somewhere weird, so I'll take it.
Yeah. So you're again, the perceptions are extremely high, and so for everyone that here, it looks like only a few. It looks like Suit and then Gilga here. You both don't recognize, but there is one particular structure at the center of this particular village, which is really small. No walls, no gates, nothing. And it seems to be relatively unharmed. It is a rectangular structure, 20 feet in its length, and only 15 feet in its width. Door facing outwards to the east. Door's not broken in. There's no windows on the building. Kind of has a lean of its roof with straw thatching. And as you kind of move over to that building, being like, oh, it's the windows, right? The smell of ammonia just fumigates your nose. And it smells almost like dried fish. It's got that
Yummy.
strong smell and it's just kind of wafting throughout. And then you hear a slight movement coming from inside. Almost as something is tipped over and knocked down, hit the ground. Smashed, essentially, or similar like if you took a cup, and dropped it, hit into a wood floor. Just kind of echoes a little bit.
Well, since I didn't notice any of that,
I did. I'd love to have, upon entering, or like in this area, would have loved to have ritual cast detect magic.
Okay. Taking 10 minutes to use detect
Yeah.
magic. Okay.
well,
It's no wonder why Naira's just casting a magic. It's for 10 minutes then.
So it's gonna walk up to one of the just buildings that looks destroyed. It's like, can Gilga, can you tell how long it's been since something like this was since all of this happened?
What look like a building expert? I'm a smith.
My money's
You
on
have
the work in progress to the siege that we were in.
I mean, sure,
Like,
I could look.
That would
It's Mike.
that would be my assumption as well. But I just I want to make sure that this
Okay.
isn't something that happened a long time
I'm
ago.
gonna have
It was
intense
being-
deja vu and run and hide under a bunch of mud and sticks.
Okay, so I'm
Guys-
gonna like. Okay, so does everything
Uh,
here look like ancient? Off like
Guys,
my...
that building. Guys, that one over there. It's been left alone, and something's inside.
Nothing's going to
The stinky one.
slowly walk up to that building, try and discreetly look in the window so he can see inside.
There are no
And as
windows.
There's no
I thought
windows to this particular
No
building.
windows.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what catches.
Okay.
There's a lot of the buildings do have windows, and the windows that are there, most of them are smashed. And so for this one, there's no windows, and there's no clue that
Right.
so they haven't been smashed.
Is there
But
there
what-
a door of any sort?
Yeah, so the door, and that's what stands out. Like I said, the door itself has kind of a wooden handle. It's turned to the side, right, in that flat horizontal plane. It's still weathered in old wood, but the door is shut, and it's not smashed like many of the other doors, which have been broken. Like the planks of the doors have been broken inwards. It's just normal. There's nails that are rusted upon it and whatnot that are flashing, but there's no sign that this building has been broken into. And then hearing that sound, that is the key.
So clarification:
wouldn't-
we have reached Norfolk, right?
Yes.
You have reached
Yes.
Norfolk. This is the village of Norfolk, which is extremely small. It's just a fishing community.
So
And it's
And
Doesn't
more
make
smashed in than it was supposed to be, just for the
Correct.
record.
there should have been people here.
Significantly worse than we were told.
Yeah.
someone,
it's-
I need someone to open the door here, just a smidge, so I can look in. I'm gonna check to see if whatever is in there is
Is
alive
it-
or undead.
Is a door locked or is it just a door? Just open the door stealthily.
Don't know yet.
Let me try, and I'll will wave his hand, and he'll cast Mage Hand, and have it float over, grab the handle, and try to slightly open it.
Weirdo, am I right, guys?
So pass with a stealth of 18, you run off to the south, roughly 35 feet, go to a base of a building, the foundation. It's kind of on like a little bit of wooden stilts, right? And you get some grass
Slide in.
beds and stuff, and you're like sliding into the mud, trying to hide underneath the building.
I'm just gonna stay completely still.
Yeah.
I know what to do in this scenario.
Oh,
So the
but
mage
he's
hand
gone.
comes out, and it begins to turn the handle, and it seems to make that kind of old noise to it. That it's kind of a wood on wood mechanism, so it's like a lot of grinding happening with the wood, and then it turns, and it seems to be unlocked. Right? There's nothing that would essentially say nothing hitting with the handle, and then you go to open it. Right? So you're going to push it inwards, and as you do that, the door hits an object. It's like a kind of a smack, just a little touch. She's doing it gently, just like a little gentle smack onto something wooden.
Well, I'm gonna leave it to that point where it's just ever a slight crack, because that is kind of what Thothig wanted, right?
He's not gonna be able to see in. Are you gonna be able to see in?
I'll
You
go
peek.
up and peek in, and just based for what I can see through the door, I will cast activate Ice to the Grave.
Okay.
For what I see in there,
Hmm.
through this crack, do I to sense
Yeah.
any undead?
So you kind of like pull your fingers just a little bit, and you kind of move it a little bit, and you kind of
Oh, you
push.
stick your fingers in? No.
It definitely feels as if there is a barrel of some kind, heavy, that has actually barred the door a little bit. And so you kind of just scoot it just a little bit, and then you kind of use your spell as you get your eyes through. Your eyes to the grave as you begin to sense to see if there's any undead in here. You do not sense any.
It's just something simple blocking the door, and I cannot sense any undead yet.
Maybe they didn't break through.
I'm gonna go. Should we go? I'm gonna go in. Should we go in?
You just want to bash through the door?
I mean, you said it's not undead, so.
Well, now if it's hiding behind something, I cannot sense it. Just in case.
Maybe open it a little more.
I feel like if anyone's gonna go in, it would be Naira, because she is the one who's the best at taking damage.
Worst case, I stab it. I feel like.
All right, but I think it's
Kaz
important.
is gone.
Yeah, I think it's
Oh,
important
yeah.
we do one thing, Naira, before you go in. Come
Okay.
here, hold up your ring,
Okay.
and Thing will touch his platinum ring to Naira's cast warding bond.
Okay. Warding to
Wonder
each other.
Twin powers activate.
That's right.
With our twin powers unite, the friendship bond.
That's what
wish we
Naira
could do that.
hears. That's what Naira hears in her head. That's how it
Yeah.
sounds for her.
I wish we could do that so
Just
we can
ignore
be
that.
like
Helora
besties.
sometimes has flights of fancy. I don't know what that is.
That was so cool.
Wings,
It was both exhilarating and validating. I'm going in the room.
we already have our cat bond.
Do we not have our like relationship like them to where we
You guys
die
can
if
hold
the other
tails.
one dies?
Just hold
No.
tails.
Why?
Thing's gonna follow
Because
pretty closely
Avatar.
behind Naira.
Yeah, I'm pushing in. I'm going in.
Okay.
I'm just kind of standing back, 20-ish feet.
You're pushing
I'm
in
trying
and going
to-
inside.
I'm trying to push in. I'm not trying to like stick my head around slowly. I'm trying to actually push in and make it to along the edge so that I can see into the room, but there's nothing like behind me, and like pretty like get it. You know, I don't know if this is this. What shape is this building?
Rectangular.
It's a rectangular. It's a rectangular
Okay.
shape. Those are the doors facing towards the east side, which is the shorter of the two. Right, the two sizing of the walls. So, as you kind of move the barrel, right? So you're attempting to get the barrel kind of shoved, move past. It kind of tips over, right? It's during the shove, and as it does, it kind of tips and then rolls a little bit, and it feels like it kind of rolls just a touch, and then maybe hits another object, and you can begin to pull the door. Now getting an eyes and looking through. The ceiling height of this structure matches the rest, which is like 10 to 11 feet, and has a little bit of exposed wooden rafters. And there's actual fish hooks that are all dangling on those rafters there. Many of the fish are kind of hanged by the heads, right? And they're kind of dangling there, and they're dried. They're also kind of smothered in salt. The center of the structure is a table similar to, if you ever watched like Deadliest Catch, where they have that lipped table, right, where they funnel the crab. That's kind of a similar thing. That this is made out of wood and then reinforced with some clay, and it's filled with salt. It's just kind of this table filled with salt, and they have little shovels and things that they use. And then the barrels that line the south, north, and then opposite of the entry, this is filled with these wooden barrels with metal kind of rungs that go around, and then they're stopped with tiny little corks. And just from the one tipping over, and then it kind of splungs a little bit, some salt kind of spills out, and then like dried fish meat. And that they salt the fish, they preserve the fish, and then they shred it, and then they pack it into the barrels. The barrels themselves don't have any sorts of labels or writing or anything upon them.
Happy.
I don't know what's coming through your mic there, but
I know. I was like, is that the
All right.
roommate?
Is that the shitty one or the
is that
other
the
one?
roommate? You're shaking
I'm
back.
assuming that's
Can't
the
say.
roommate.
Can't say.
I'm gonna
Can't
assume,
say
I'm gonna
Red
assume
Bull.
that's the shitty one based on that.
All right. So, and you're kind of looking at the barrel that's moved, and it seems scratch marks in the wood, many different scratch marks. It's very weathered. You can see that the actual wood itself is separated, right? There's these little stilts that kind of rise the building up from the rain, and you can see the ground underneath, right? Because it's very spaced. Noting that this building it's not very well insulated. It's not very well built and constructed. And you're listening, and then you're doing the best you can.
I'm trying to also find that noise.
Trying to find the noise and looking. What draws your attention is there's a trap door, a wooden trap door underneath the actual table. And you hear a soft little scuttling coming from inside of it. Just like a shifting and movement against such as like abrasion.
Okay.
Everything all right in there?
If your goal is to not get stabbed, I would recommend coming out because I'm going to open the door, and if you surprise me, I can't guarantee that I'm not going to stab you. This is a public service announcement.
So just hearing that, like,
So
just,
did
I'm
Nair?
gonna walk up to the edge of the door and kind of.
I'm going to the trap door.
Okay, so Nair's going to the trap door.
Walk. Both will walk around to the other side.
Getting the
Yeah,
other side.
I'm gonna help too.
So Gil, you're going in, and then Suit, you're kind of at the
I'm gonna
door,
just
looking
keep going
through
with-
about what's happening.
I'm gonna just stay with Soot and be like, you know what? She got this, you know. She stabbed something. She stabbed something.
So getting the opposite side, north and south of particularly the table, then Gil, you're pressing in. You're on the east side. It's really close to the actual door. Maybe only 8 feet to 6 feet or so actually from the door there. A voice comes out from the actual trap door. Leave me alone, please.
We're not.
We're not here to hurt you.
No.
We're just checking the place out.
Yeah, we're not zombies. Sign off if you're also not a zombie. There's a good chance to receive aid instead of,
Wait, we're not going to hurt them?
not if they're not undead.
You're kind of
Oh.
whimper.
Why would we hurt them, Gilbert?
All right, buddy,
Because
you should come out. It's we're helpful.
Brains.
Are you gonna eat me and take me?
Brains.
No, we're
No.
not.
I'm just gonna.
I'm a
make
priest
wings
of Pelorlad. Come on up.
I'm not
we
sure
won't-
how many
we won't
zombies
eat-
talk to you.
We won't. I have to be honest. We're not going to eat you, but the
No,
the
there's no
strong
but. We're
female
not going to.
warrior, she has hurt a lot of people. So I can't.
All
I
right,
can't
someone
speak
take
for
Gilda
her.
back outside. He's
I-
not helping.
Uh,
I'm not
I
coming
flick-
out. I'm not coming out. I'm not coming out. No.
You see,
I
Gilda?
flick
You
Ilga
see-
really, really hard.
but I promise you that Pelor is helping you.
Because it,
All right.
it
all right.
obviously seems that you guys cannot just talk to a scared person. You know?
It's
Alright,
I
whoever
don't
is-
blame myself for the choices
No.
of Gilga.
Hang
This
on.
is
hang
No,
on.
entirely
guys.
Gilda's fault.
Hey,
Look,
hey,
all right,
that is not
Whoever
true.
is down there, my name is Thorthig. What's your name?
My name is Ruben.
Your
Reuben?
name is woman.
Ruben.
Ben.
All right, Reuben. How long you been down there?
Hello, long time.
A day? A week?
Uh,
How many times have you slept?
I think it's been a couple weeks.
Oh, buddy, you gotta come out.
Is there anyone down there with you?
No, I'm alone.
What happened to everyone else in the town?
They were taken.
Like prisoner?
Hi.
Or like snacks?
I don't know if they. Oh, please don't say that they're gay, please.
We don't. That's why we're asking you the questions, lad. We're trying to find out what happened. All right.
We
We're
don't
here
know.
to
We're
help.
not saying what happened.
Right.
They were taken. There was someone. There was.
Was it a woman on a horse? A strangely undead-looking horse.
No, it was. It was a purplish creature, tattooed in the face, shawls and clothes, cackled and laughed. As these figures, they looked like elves. They just began to take them. They were aided by tall, hulking figures that smashed through buildings if they did not let them go in.
Okay, so I was right. This happened a while ago. This wasn't part of the siege.
Did you just have you eaten?
Oh,
You went robot there,
you're
Nair.
roboting.
One of them.
Say that again, Nair. You roboted.
Oh, not
Oh.
Warforged.
So did you have you eaten anything in weeks? You gotta, right? You come out and eat, right?
I eat fish. It's good.
Yeah, it looks real good. Could you please come out, bud?
What's your favorite fish?
I don't want to die.
That's
I
not.
promise
we're
you,
not here.
none of us.
It's not going to be
are
by our
going to
hand, lad.
Yes, we will not hurt you, and we will try and we will try and help you.
So, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
There we go.
At least
So we're-
someone with some charisma said.
This is literally Gogo's fault. It's got
That
nothing
one.
to do with us.
There we go. That's what I like to see.
I just want to say that I don't like this attitude y'all are taking right now.
Gogo, I'm gonna play a game with you called "Say Something That Doesn't Get You Hit." It's a challenge.
Trapdoor begins to slightly open up. You see two eyes poke through.
Hey, buddy.
Pulls himself out. Seems to be a humble and older halfling with brown eyes and somewhat wild brown hair, defined by this soul patch goatee that goes beneath the chin, wearing a tan cloth tunic, dirty and stained from a lack of bathing,
Yep,
as
that
well
tracks.
as proper bathroom use. Brown high trousers fit into matching boots. Picks themselves up.
It's
Yep.
all right.
Good
It's
job,
all
bud.
right.
Why don't you eat
Alright.
some? Why don't you eat some fish?
Looks down as you stare in. It's just a hole. It's just kind of this squared off area that they've built with clay, potentially dug a little bit, and it's sunken down with water. So the boots of this particular character are completely soaked. And you see they may have used it for
Let's get out of the hole.
extra storage or some sort. And begins to kind of pull themselves out. And if not for being a halfling, they wouldn't have been able to fit in there. Begins to slowly pull outside of the structure back into the rain.
Come on, let's get out of
I
the
will
hole.
get you. Take you down to the river there. Let you wash up.
Begins
Yeah,
to
no one's
walk.
gonna mess with you while you're with us.
Grabs
Let's
pools
deal
of
with
water,
this.
begins to clean their hands and their face, things.
I'm gonna as we're kind of heading back towards I'm gonna look around like Paz. I don't think there's anything here at the moment. You can come out.
There's always one. And I'm just going to stand up. There's always one.
It's fair.
You hide till you find him.
Yep, that's fair. That's
Good.
fair. Good news.
We found the one, and he's a living person.
Last time I hid in a village with no one in it, I found Varys.
That's fair.
And you know what? We found that Varys, this gross halfling.
You're gross.
I'm imagining like Varys is just like very like unhappy with Wingsong saying that.
Yeah, 100%. Not commenting. Not impressed.
Sharpening the blade.
What are you gonna do? Poke me?
Don't
He
don't
genuinely.
give
I-
him a reason.
I'm
to
in
do it.
control of their script. And I've been given very
Sorry.
strict instructions.
I'm sure they have like a clause for stabbing party members who are annoying.
Specifically
100%.
Wingsong.
Yeah.
17
Alright.
articles,
Yoga.
potentially, of how to function, mainly of Paz. Actually,
The-
three
Yeah.
quarters of them are dedicated.
The hierarchy
That
of
feels
Varys.
right. That feels right.
So, this
I-
character
can I-
at the riverbank continue to clean themselves off. Go for it.
Just really quick, can I take a big ration of the dried fish?
The barrels themselves are 30-gallon barrels.
No.
Massive.
I don't want to take a barrel.
You
I
just
mean,
wanna,
I
like-
want to. I just want to be like, you know,
wanna
like
take a bunch
jerky off
of
a shelf.
salt.
Like, I just want to take a bunch of
Yeah,
salted
you want to take a
fish.
fish from maybe one of the rungs, right? One of the hangers, right?
right.
Little hooks, and just kind of
Right.
grab it, right?
Can
I'm
I
with you.
grab like a decent sack of the salt?
Sure. Yeah. Grab it.
Oh
with
yeah,
salt
I'd
and
like to
salt.
take a sack of salt and one of the fish off the rung, please.
sack of salt. Fish of the rod like it.
Can I grab some mud from
Listen,
the ground?
we're heading into a terribly hospitable place. I'd like
Yeah, let's grab salt and fish.
that salt
Well-
and that fish, please. I've already got the
Yeah.
weed
Can
and
I
the
get
pokey
me?
stick.
Can I
I
get me
just
some?
need.
Can I get me some mud from the ground, Michael?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to combine this mud.
I'm gonna need you to make
Yeah.
a survival check at disadvantage.
For the
Let
mud.
me
Tell
do
you-
it. I'll
I'm
do
gonna-
it.
I'm gonna
Fine,
tell
fine.
you. I'm gonna tell you why. No, I'm just kidding.
I can already guess why.
Yeah.
So this
Find
character
mud that hasn't been peed on. Good luck.
picks themselves up, right after cleaning and kind of washing. You can
I'm
collect
actually
this
gonna
in
add
sacks
some
of
mud to-
salt.
Worry.
Go for it. And then you get the dried fish, right? Eventually they stand themselves up and slowly turn at the bank of the river. Hi, my name is Reuben Tubblerot.
Ruben Tupple.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
Did
Have
you?
mud.
Are you soldiers? Did you get sent from Fort Farron?
Well, we
no,
came from there.
We did
Yeah.
come from Fort Farron, yes, but we're not
yes.
soldiers.
That's
We
right. Where's your
are-
horses?
And
Looks down.
Yeah, we
Are
used
those
to
your
We
canoe.
came
boats?
down the river.
Yeah,
Oh,
those are.
mud.
Yeah. We came down the river.
We're more Marines.
so how am I? Are you? Are you here to rescue me?
I am here. We are here to rescue you and to
It's
see
more
what
of
the
like
fuck's
an
going on.
added benefit is
Hey.
rescuing you.
I mean,
We didn't know
no,
you guys needed rescuing.
not at all.
Right. We were told the Horde just kept passing by the space plane and no mind.
Yeah, they
So
did.
we're kind of surprised if you had it like this.
Or we just board up the windows, and we would shut the doors, and they would just go, and it was, and they didn't do this before. Really?
No, they apparently the recent attack on Fort Farron was very different from what it normally was too. So they are changing up their plans around here.
There was
You weren't their intended target the first time.
What do you mean?
Well, now they just seem to lay waste to everything.
That does seem like their new thing.
Yeah.
Were they ever like banging on your door? Because I mean, honestly, it's surprising that you're the only one that hasn't been broken in. But
Well, I
it
was
is fair.
salting fish. I had a good catch that day, and I heard crying and yelling, and I stopped. And I listened, and they were taking people when I opened the door, and I looked through the cracks, and so I dived down and hid myself there. With boots stomping above, and they didn't find me. Quite good
Apparently.
sometimes when I don't want to be found.
Apparently, the salt and fish wards undead, except for these
No.
undead.
I think it's just
Yeah.
because he happened to hide well enough.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, all the other buildings are smashed
Very
except for the ones
important.
with salted fish.
Well, see, the thing is, I think the reason they didn't smash this one is because
The
they
salted
only,
fish.
Feels like a fish thing.
I think
Actually,
it's the fish.
now that I
smashed-
think about it, Pez is right for the wrong reasons. They're looking for alive
That's
people.
the second
This place,
best.
in a way, kind of smells a bit like death. And so that's why they stayed away from it.
How about
Well,
maybe
no,
They
it's just
also-
that
he just said he heard stomping above him, and
Yeah.
they
they
didn't
got
find him.
in.
The door
Oh, they
wasn't
were
locked.
in.
They only broke locked doors. His door wasn't
Yeah.
locked, so
There's no
you can
lock on
open.
that door.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
so
if
they
it was
just-
open, they opened it, and
Yeah.
his was open.
It
They
is
had no reason to
literally
break
a
it.
salting hut. There's nothing to steal, so why would they care about putting a lock on it?
They had no reason to break it down because they just had free
They
access
just
of
had
it.
to walk in.
Yeah.
They probably
So
didn't look
I-
too carefully, though, because, again, not the best smell in there. So it probably helped cover him.
Whatever the reason why they didn't find him, they did not find him.
Yes.
Hey,
So, but regardless, that means this sacrificial is completely pointless. But
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
now we got-
hey,
now we
we
got
got a
fish salt.
survivor.
I'm keeping the salt.
Was-
we're
was
on
there-
survival mode.
Was there a fight?
What do you mean?
obviously,
Like a battle.
Did,
Did anyone-
did
did anyone
you
try
try to
and-
stop
hey,
We are
them, or did it just kind of feel over?
We aren't fighting folk here.
Well, I mean, nobody is until your houses are getting smashed.
I mean, a couple people resisted.
They were
what happened?
dead.
Do you know what happened to him?
I don't know.
Well,
I hid myself
obviously.
away.
All right.
Do
But you
still
didn't,
want
you
to
didn't
live in
see what was
Norfolk?
happening to the people being taken, did you?
I don't know. I just heard that they were headed into the marsh. Points
Into
to the
the
marsh.
marsh.
Into the marsh of the unveiling.
Into
Looks
the
like I got another question for Pelor tonight before you rest.
fish, marsh, salt.
So, do you know why, like, do you know anything more about these zombies, or like why the hell they're zombies, or the origins? Because I mean, you seem like a experienced man,
Why would I
You
know
know-
that?
because you're old.
Uh,
Aren't
I
you
don't know.
old?
No, I'm
Wingsong-
20.
That seems pretty old to me.
I don't know much about the marshes. We go foraging there sometimes. We have our bridge. Points off to the river. Crossing one of the tributaries, the actual northern tributary, there's a wooden bridge. Kind of rickety and old, and it's very weathered and kind of pushed in.
You said
So there's a bridge
you
to go
said-
across in the marsh.
you said one of them was large. Like on the scale of I'm gonna stand next to Naira. Now, relatively speaking,
Larger than all of you.
large or like relative.
Way, much larger than all of you.
Like a tree large.
No, not like a tree.
Paz, I don't think.
Would they have stood taller than
No,
your
no,
build?
no, no, not an actual. They
couple-
weren't a tree.
A
They
couple,
were just big.
a meter and a half bigger than the building.
Oh, I don't know that. We don't use metric where I'm from.
Oh,
We use
Oh.
imperial.
Oh,
No,
I
we
use.
the whole rest of the world uses metric.
We measure root vegetables.
Sorry, in Jonestown, we measured the vegetables.
These big ones, lad.
Yeah.
They were hulking figures,
You know
muscular.
the size of an eggplant?
They were
Like
plated.
five
skin-
of those.
Their
Was
skin
their
was
skin kind of gray? Kind
was
of looked like
gray.
they were
yeah,
dead.
they were rotting. They were bulbous heads, and they were plated in black armor. They growled and
Yeah.
Did it
Does
carry
it match the
everyone?
description of the ogres that were attacking Fort Farron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they just carry everyone?
Seems
Sounds
like.
How
I
many
think-
people were here before?
well, our village is quite small. We have about 36 people here.
He doesn't know my fucking.
That's a lot of people to carry at once.
Not really, when it's like a bunch of ogres.
Yeah, when you have
Well,
a
they
horde of
said-
zombies, then.
Well, hold
you
on,
can-
wait. Does it sound like they grabbed them and took them with them, or does it sound like in a separate event they grabbed them and took them as prisoner?
It sounds like in a separate event they grabbed them and took them as prisoners.
Yeah, because they could have either
they-
converted them to more undead or more likely used them for something else since they'd never bothered with them before. But
Or
they didn't
they could
necessarily
s-
carry them to Fort Farron.
Or they could still be alive.
They threw them
Yeah,
in
they-
manacles and
Front of the
chains, and they
person.
were escorting them back to the bars. That's all I heard. That's all I know.
Yeah, so-
Who are you people? Who are you people? Oh, begins to cry.
I don't want to.
Here, friend, have a carrot.
Do you need to? s-
Okay. I
You
guess
need to
I
calm
have to
down.
do my. I guess I have to do my job
It's
now
different
because
than
apparently
fish.
you guys
Really?
can only terrify him.
I
So
cannot,
I'm gonna
cannot
I'm
do
gonna go
anything for that.
I'm gonna
today.
go up to the crying man and I'm
Okay.
gonna try to like
Today.
shoo everyone off. Like go away, go away for a moment. Like come on, guys.
You called him stinky.
Yeah, you're not good with people. I don't know what you think
Aye.
you're going to achieve.
Literally, you guys just made him cry.
You
It's
insulted
not
him.
hard.
No, I think it's the circumstances of everything that's happened that's making me cry. But
So I'm going to try to like use my.
What if he has allergies?
I'm gonna use my 6 feet of height. Like giant figure, and my
giant.
basically my overwhelming presence to kind of just silence us all from the weirdos behind me, and
Okay.
just try to reassure him like it's okay, it's okay. We're going to find the rest of your village, and we're going to save them. It's going to be all right.
Roll an animal handling check.
Luckily, I have a proficiency, guys.
It's never
Wait.
helped me.
Why the fuck is it a animal handling?
It is kind of weird though.
Because-
Yeah, it should be.
Because he's an
Yeah.
animal, and you're trying to calm it down. How would you calm down an animal? Did you calm it down just like a horse? So it would be an animal handling check. It'd probably most
Fuck that.
likely another persuasion check. That's
Wait,
kind of where we're at.
that means I'm an animal.
Everyone's an
Okay,
animal.
do you want me to roll animal handling or persuasion?
Whatever you'd like. Persuasion probably. Is
Okay, I'm gonna do persuasion because it's higher.
I was about to say persuasion.
17. Okay. Looks up at you. Just get me out of here, please. No more
It'll get-
questions.
We'll get you out of here. It's very hard for you right now. Okay. Where is your home?
Here.
My home is here, but I don't want to be here anymore.
We can take you out of here. We just need you to help us, okay?
Oh, I've been helping you. I'm answering your questions, but you keep asking the same things. I keep telling you the same answers.
Well, how
And
about
this
I
is
ask-
it.
We already answered a lot. There's nothing more that you have to give us?
No, there's nothing. I don't have
Nothing
anything.
more?
No.
Are there any
Okay.
weird places?
Yeah, no, this is me and him, right?
This is you have-
So
So,
such just literally standing like 5 feet behind you, just watching you waiting for you to fuck up.
there's nothing more that you can tell us about where maybe they have been taken? Just into the marshes?
That's all I have. I don't go into the marshes. I I just foraged sometimes in there at the edge. But my love does live in there. She comes
Your
visits me every so often.
Who is this love of yours?
Her name is Trisha.
Trisha. You want to tell me more about Trisha?
My tiny little halfling hands.
She's the most majestic elf you've ever seen. Beautiful. Hair flows freely. It's
Wait,
beautiful.
elf living in the marshes?
And with these green, purplish eyes and golden silverish hair, it's wavy. Always comes out wearing vines and twigs and just this beautiful little outfit. She comes to the village sometimes, and we talk. We by the river. She mentions that she's part of this circle called Salinar.
Salinar Circle.
Yeah.
Do I recognize that name?
That era should.
Do I recognize that name in any historical contexts?
That name was referenced by Paxina. So
I don't think Haley's paying attention
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, sorry.
on the phone.
No, my wife was asking me. My wife was communicating from another plane with me.
Well,
sorry.
wait.
So the conversation.
Sorry, the halfling was doing a lot of crying. I disconnected.
I've calmed him down.
Sorry, apologies.
He mentioned his love Trisha, who comes from the marsh, covered in vines, and is part of a circle known as the Salinar.
Okay, yeah, that is Paxina's gang. Was this one not evil? I can't ask questions. I'm not there.
So it's not Paxina's gang, quote unquote. They're not. So one of the things that was mentioned by Paxina was it was a druidic play, like potentially called the Salinar, and they worshipped this tree. That was something that was there. And then they mentioned that if you were ever to seek altar flowers, would be where you would go, right? To potentially see if they're still there, right? If they still exist, if there's still something that's right. Because Paxina is old. I mean, it hasn't really touched here for many years. Paxina noted themselves as a Freljord, which was associated with a place known as Thixia.
Yeah, her gang includes the one that went evil, but they all worked with the Salinar in that big war. No.
So Thixia and Salinar were at contest.
Right.
So they were at direct contest, and so Paxina, as a Freljord, was going to try to negotiate peace and other sorts of things, but it did not work. It fell through.
Right. And she's lost contact with her other, the sisters in her group who have clearly, at least one of them, fallen into darkness.
Well, many of them had died, yeah. And so one of them mentioned was very early on lost contact when the incident happened, right? When all of a sudden this change occurred, the shadows, the entities came out.
Redwoods, properties spewed vile evil. She stayed to help the refugees that fled Dixia.
Yep.
Okay. And so she's not sure if this particular group exists, but clearly one of them's dating a halfling with a
all of a sudden you're hearing about it from some halfling that you rescued from a fish shack. So
what was her name again?
So her name is Trisha, but
Trisha.
This Trisha.
That's my mother-in-law's name.
Do you know where we might be able to find her?
I don't know. She just she comes out of the marshes and we just talk. We hang out.
Yeah, we're gonna need your help.
Gotta put a hand on Wingsong.
What do you need, Paz?
Just tell the path up here. We already know
where she is.
Yes, we have a map.
Yes.
Remember?
Well, fan-fucking-tastic.
Don't break it up. We already know.
You literally are saying this right next to me.
It's a telepathic thing. I can do that. You're the one speaking out loud.
You're not making this known to me.
But did you want to help us with this, or did you want to sit tight here till we came back? Because we're going that way first.
Unless you could paddle really strong upriver.
Wait. You could go into the bushes?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
we're
like,
going that
really
way.
Cool.
Yeah,
Like,
we're pretty
Really,
badass.
I need to, lad.
And I flex my muscles to him, and I'm like,
At least in part to help your people.
I stunned
We're
a
going
tree
that
once.
way.
It's cool. I punched a horse
I
to
kill
death.
people by blowing up their heads.
Oh, you guys.
He begins to run back to the shack
Wait,
as fast
wait.
as possible.
I try to
Me-
grab him. I try to grab
It's
his
probably for the best.
Just hang tight until we come back. You're
It's
Roll
probably
that.
for the best he stays in there.
Roll an athletics check.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could just probably hang tight, or you
I'm
could
going-
walk, or you
I'm
could come
gonna
help us.
just like put a hand. I'm going to just like grab both Paz and Wingsong's like wrists, and I'm just going to try and start pulling them away.
I am
grab-
And you
very-
realize you're using mage hand.
You
and
grab
you're
onto the
using
shoulder
fuck
and
all.
you brace, right? And you kind of catch it in the back. Please let me go, please!
lad.
Breeds, breeds.
Take a breath, lad.
No,
I
I
know
won't
it
take a breath.
I know it sounds strange, lad, but heroes might not be the wrong word, but we're the kind of people who
We're
are willing to
chosen.
go and do things that others aren't willing to do. And
Like,
so
go
we're
talk
willing
to
to
your
go in the
girlfriend.
marshes and try and figure out what happened to the rest of your village.
You're the mystery man.
I'm
I-
trying to lead you two away from this area.
We
I
love
am
fucking too.
The same size as you,
I
but
know.
you're probably stronger,
I'm like
so
three-
I'm
I'm-
gonna give in.
I'm like 3 feet taller than you.
Actually, you're probably not, but I'm still gonna give in
Yeah,
because I
he's
don't know
definitely
what's
not
happening.
stronger.
You're all
I know
crazy.
this is
You're all
definitely not
mad. All of you.
Perhaps you are a little
Is he
crazy,
still
lad.
freaking out?
Yeah, still freaking out. I think so. I'm
I'm gonna slap him
Oh God.
Right?
gently, like for me, gently.
Just a pat, a little bit of crotch.
Just like a please relax kind of thing, not like a intended to cause
Just
harm
remember
kind
you're
of thing.
twice as big as he
As you
is.
smack
I know.
across the face, you see them catch it, and they faint unconscious.
Great. All right,
Excellent.
Alright.
what's our plan
just
with this?
Stuff him back in a hole and make him think we were ghosts.
I hear the smack. I turn around. I'm just like, God damn it.
I'm pro ghosts. I'm pro the
No,
ghost.
no. As Naira slaps, I'm just gonna look and say, "See, I told you. I told
next.
you to
You're
watch
next.
out for the strong,
Yeah,
powerful woman who's going to try to just hits everything every time."
I wish you'd watch more. I wish you'd personally watch more.
I think we just put him back in his hole. I mean, he's been surviving so far.
He's very high strung.
Why don't you leave him some of that drug you've been doing?
I thought about offering it, but it feels like it would be a waste. He's
Well,
too
I-
anxious.
I do want to reference out of character because it
Every
didn't seem
hot
like
box is
anybody
whole.
had picked up on the name. Reuben Tumblerot, remember stablemaster Olaf Tumblerot, and stablemaster's brother fisherman Hand Tumblerot. This is the cousin.
This is the
This
cousin.
This is the cousin that he was
Wow,
talking
this
about.
cousin is not as chill as his brothers. His brothers
I'm-
cousin's way chiller.
You guys are literally causing this.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Like, Soot is like-
someone said,
Soot-
just blow brains up, like these things.
I didn't say that. I don't know who volunteered that
No,
information.
I would just like to make the point that I actually calmed him down.
You did
And
until
then-
you decided to say in his face, I blow up people's brains.
Hot,
Yeah, that
cold,
was like a
hot,
wild
cold,
choice.
Hot, cold.
So
Like, you guys already freaked him out by saying blah blah blah, and then I just wanted to continue it because, like, you know what? Fuck it. What is he gonna do?
So,
Freak out, apparently.
Yeah. Freak him
Alright.
out more.
Alright, I think I'm changing my alignment from chaotic good to neutral good.
I think we all have to after what we just witnessed.
Like,
I'm chaotic neutral.
this party is so chaotic. It has
Okay,
zero
like-
communication skills outside of me and Thothing.
Hey, I have communication
I
skills.
try. I try to
Excuse me?
communicate.
Excuse
I
me.
stunned a horse, thank you.
I calmed down a crying man.
I ask for
well,
others'
Cutting a
opinions
horse
and
doesn't
help.
exactly fall under communication.
Alright, well,
Fuck with my fists.
we have a name.
The monk.
We have a couple connections now that we can work with. Thothing, can you please put our guest here back in the shack? And so we
Oh,
can
wait,
get
hold
living?
on.
Because there's
Can I
no
write-
I'm not
here.
really sure that's altogether appropriate.
Can I write him a little note?
No.
Good, yeah.
No, you can't.
I'm gonna,
We
because
leave him in
you
this hole
gifted
and
me
pre-
a you
We leave
gifted
him
me
in
a
this hole and
pen.
pretend
and
that we never
paper.
existed.
Okay,
the
are
best
we
we can do.
officially going with ghosts?
Well, I mean, no, I meant like we ghost him.
That's what I'm saying. Are we officially going with the
Like-
let him think we're ghost thing or not?
I'm gonna
Let
be.
him
I'm
do
gonna be
what he
back
wants.
real quick. I'm gonna be back real quick. Gotta handle something.
Okay.
You can just
Because
We
if we're
just
not
put him
going
back.
with ghosts, I'm gonna write him a little note.
Nope,
I'm
it's
just gonna
like
write him a
it's like
quick
when you
little note.
find a frog, you just put it back where it was. Just leave it there. It's chilling.
That's fair.
We just put him back with the salted fish and
I personally
Wait.
think that the ones that made this go terribly wrong are specifically Gilga and Wingsong, except for the moment he called him down. But before and after that moment.
well,
Says,
I just
says
like-
the
I've got
person
an
who
even
just
better
knocked.
idea.
I would just like to say I calmed
we're
him
willing to
down,
stay here
and then
for
you
2
guys
days and keep an
came
eye
up
on it.
and fucked us over.
We're so not willing to
to
stay
be
here
fair,
for
I
2
hid in the
days.
mud for a long time.
Yeah,
Because
think
when
staying
you
Yeah.
hide,
here-
there's
2
always
days,
one.
probably enough. I don't know. I could let the folks know at the fort what happened here and that there's someone they should come pick up.
That is probably a good idea.
Maybe
If
instead you
if
should let the
can
fishermen.
do that, that would definitely be.
He's like the
Yeah,
least cool
like,
cousin.
yeah, I mean, do you really think they're gonna send people out to like an expedition to retrieve one paranoid halfling?
Well, if we
No.
tell them that
Well,
everyone
if
else in the town is missing, it's been attacked, yeah, they might take a
If
bit
we-
interest
if-
in that.
Yeah, if we tell them, they will help them out, and that's a good
You
thing
sh-
for us.
You
Why does
sure?
it take 2
All
days?
right, I'll tell, you know what? Pelor may not like it. I'll tell a little white lie and just say there are survivors. And it just so happens they come back and there's only one. Okay.
Wait, Dothik, Pelor
Yeah.
doesn't like liars?
I've never
He's
told a
kind of
lie.
mum on the subject. I mean, he doesn't say either way, so you know. But
Paz
I
doesn't
prefer
lie,
not
but
to if I can help it.
I'm not the one
Oh.
telling it, so I don't care.
Wait, if Pelor doesn't like liars, then I should have told that the guy Rufus everything about Naira. Damn, you know, maybe.
What would
we-
you say
yeah.
about me? I'm a fine, upstanding citizen.
I mean, you like
You
slashing
are the
things,
one
excessive
who's
dudes.
getting into altercations with merchants and running around with religious fanaticism. You are the one who is doing damage to hotels and inns. What am I doing other than communicating clearly
I
and
did not
following through on
damage.
the things I say? You are the one who is a menace.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
Okay.
bought Damodar water.
In my defense, I didn't
wasn't
actually
Damodar
do
water.
anything in regards to what was it? Destroying inns and taverns. I asked if it was possible
Sorry,
to destroy
Did I
inns
get
and
in an
taverns.
altercation with a merchant? No. Have I been blacklisted by merchants? No.
I didn't
Yeah.
punch.
Have
I
I
didn't
been
punch the-
blacklisted by innkeepers? No.
I used
Did
my
I make
word.
him cry? No, I did hit him.
Hey, Nye, do you remember that one time that Gilga absolutely used the spell that didn't target teammates, specifically me? Because I don't.
I don't remember him ever not
I don't ever
targeting
remember
us.
him not hitting.
You know what? I did hit. All right.
I feel like
It just
you're a
took me
threat to her.
while.
I feel like you're a threat.
All right, I feel
So
like.
are
we're
you saying I
all
shouldn't be
threats.
part of the party anymore? Is this
No,
what?
I'm
Is
not
this what we've
saying
gone
that.
to?
No,
Wow, because I
okay.
feel.
Gilga, Naira, everyone, calm down. We are all. This entire party is very unique. We need to.
Can we leave Gilga in this death marsh and leave? Let him find his own way back.
No, we
Gogo, can you
cannot
swim
leave.
with all that equipment?
You know what? I'll swim myself. I'm gonna walk away. I'm gonna try to just get out of here. Just
Gogo, you can't escape your destiny.
Hey.
Just stop being such a dick.
I wasn't
So
saying
we're
that.
all good with the message.
Yes,
Yeah,
please
that's
send the
fine.
message.
All right. Gonna send you a DM.
So wait, I have to hang out with him for
Michael?
2 days.
No,
No,
we
we
leave him in the
are-
hole.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're just gonna leave him. In the
We got
shack.
other things to do. I'm not going to be babysitting halfling in a hole.
And okay.
I'm gonna write
This
him a
is
little
going-
note.
This is going to Commander Rimar Luna, Fort Farron.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
leave him a note saying that.
I'm writing him a little note. It is saying, "Hey,
It's on the way.
sorry for the stress.
No, just help is on the way.
Just leave a note saying soldiers from Fort Farron are on their way to come pick you up and take you back.
And sorry about Wingsong.
Hey, sorry about certain members of our party. We're
what
friends
did
of
I
your
do?
cousins. We called Fort Farron. They're gonna send some people to pick you up. Kisses. There you go.
What did I do?
Wingsong, you know exactly what you did.
I don't know what we're talking about.
I don't know either. I just feel like dogpiling.
Are we talking about the guy who got
Yes,
scared?
we're talking about the guy that you guys managed to just make his day 100 times worse.
Hey, I calmed him down.
Hey,
You guys
but
kept
compared
making him
to one
scared.
of his other days, not as bad.
It's
I
true.
mean,
He
the
had
past-
one day that was very
He's
bad.
definitively had one worse day, so that's all I'm
Only
saying.
one more day.
At least
No,
one.
it's-
I
and
imagine the
he's-
day after was also
He's
pretty
going to
bad.
have a second worst day when
25 words exactly.
we destroy Trish.
in any case,
We
let's-
might not.
We're definitely destroying her. Her name's not Trish.
It's Trisha. Her name is
We all
Trisha.
know her name isn't Trisha.
I can't.
I mean,
That'd be
it
crazy.
literally is.
Be crazy for her to be a normal, self-respecting individual.
This is clear.
Why can't she be a self-respecting individual with her own unique backstory and name?
This was a play I've seen all too often.
That people can't be unique?
I was a Bush in one of these plays too, and I was a damn good Bush 3.
What?
This gives fish, specifically
Thank you for the
catfish.
backstory,
Energy.
In any
guys.
case, I don't think we should go in there completely trusting, but we definitely need to keep our guard up.
I'm not trusting at all.
we should be like crewmates on a ship, making sure there's no sussy people nearby.
But in any case, we know where we need to go. We have a lead on somebody to talk to, and we have some relations with somebody else that we can use as a way to open negotiations, hopefully.
We'll find out.
Now-
Did you hear what note I left on him, by the way, Michael?
No, I did not.
It's I just left. Sorry for the stress. We're friends of your cousins. We called Fort Fair, and they're gonna send someone to pick you up.
Okay. We'll see if Ruben knows what calling means. But yeah.
Right.
No, we called to them with our brains. I don't know how we did it.
Oh, well.
Ruben, we
I
use something
have a-
called magic. Magic
Might not-
is this
might
I
not
didn't want to
want
have
to
to break down
phenomena.
magic. I don't want to break down
hey,
magic
look.
for him. We called
I have-
out and they responded.
Ruben, you're familiar with people who can use magic, cast
He's
spells,
knocked
do
out.
things like that. Oh, he's out. Never mind. That's
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah, we just
Okay.
put him in the hole.
No, despite Ruben being knocked out, I'm still going to talk to Ruben. Ruben,
I
I'm not
start
sure you can
dragging
hear
him-
me from the divine.
I'm
or
gonna start
from
dragging him back to the
hell.
hole.
Ruben just fainted.
Aaron.
Okay, it was just a
Yeah,
feint,
he's
so
fine.
we
It's
can be
just a
woken
little
up
faint.
here.
It was a little love tap.
Yeah, leaving him
No,
there.
we're
I'm dragging
leaving
him
him
back.
unconscious. We're giving him a note. We're friends of your cousins. We sent for help. They're coming for you.
I'm already dragging him back.
Saws,
Alright.
kisses. You got
I
this.
reached
I'm
out
gonna
to
start-
Hugs,
Commander
kisses.
Luna.
Yes.
I'll
He
leave
said
him-
They're sending a patrol to the village.
I'll leave him like a
Away.
turnip or some kind of root vegetable when I put him
Oh,
in
that's
his
so
hole.
nice because he's only had fish. That's
He's
nice.
only had fish. You
That's
gotta eat
nice of
vegetables
you.
too.
That was
Wingsong, can you
thoughtful.
come with me real quick?
So we
I will
should
follow you
probably
right
leave
now.
him somewhere where the patrol that's coming here will find him.
But we also have to leave him where things won't find him, that we don't want to find him.
Well, yes,
True.
that's
What if we just
That
tape
is
a note to the
our
door that
Let's just
says
put him
in
back
here?
in the hole.
Hold on, here, I'll get it. I'm just gonna start carving, but it's only gonna be in halfling. It just says in here.
Wingsong and I are going to head to the west side of the village to
Okay.
the river real quick.
Hey, Goga, I'm sorry I said you were a menace.
See, Gilga
How-
tried to get out of marshes with his 2 feet, trying to
Yeah.
drag a boat.
I'm getting stuck.
Goga, it's sad when you do that. I'm sorry I called you a menace. It's not.
I'm ignoring the arrow.
You can ignore me if your feelings are hurt.
And he's gonna get all types of ticks and jiggers in his boots, and they're
Getting a
gonna bite
lot
the
of
hell
ticks.
out of
A
him.
lot of ticks.
You know what?
Yeah.
My armor is amazing. You don't need to worry about it.
Horseflies.
Not watertight though.
Just mildew.
How wide is the West River?
It's like
So-
Oregon Trail wide.
So as far as the width now opening here in the tributary, this is the fork that you have traveled down, the eastern fork, as it's made its way. The width of that spans just shy currently, while the congruence is about 18 feet in width. So it's not incredibly crazy as far as its width is concerned. The other one, where the actual wooden bridge just spans over, it's kind of wooden lash as well. Has a couple pylons that actually fit into the river, showcasing that's not incredibly deep. but it is quite wide. It's about 32 feet in its width.
Hold on a
Okay,
second.
but there is a bridge that we can take to get across. Okay.
Yeah, so the bridge crosses
can-
at 32 feet, and then at this actual juncture here, and then here, the lengthening actually doubles, and then completely slows, right? So everything's really fast. By the bridge, it's fast, and then all of a sudden, just completely comes to kind of a crawl as the river just becomes large and large and wide.
Okay, so we have a way across. We don't need to use the boat.
I mean, I could get across anyway.
What
That is true, but
what did you need me to do?
I just wanted you to come with me. One, to get you away from the group and stop any more nonsense and infighting. And two, just to have so I can have an extra set of eyes just in case there's anything over here. Because I wanted to see if we had a way across the river.
You know, it makes me feel so much better that you use me as your extra set of eyes and protection against the spooky monsters that could grab you in the middle of the day.
I'm pretty sure I'm the one protecting you.
We protect each other. We're like two peas in a pod that really don't want to get out. It's like you have to squeeze them together to get them out, and by the time you get them out, they're both squished. Kind of worthless.
Well, in any case, there's a bridge here. I'm gonna take a look around, just kind of like seeing if there's any like
I'll also look
anything out
around
of
with
place.
him.
Sure.
I'll look around with him.
Roll perception. You get an advantage if you want for helping, or you can roll separately.
I think we both have.
I
the
feel
same
like we're.
perception roll, so
I feel like we're gonna do it individually because I'll be over here like, oh, huh? Who? I'll be completely individual from him. However, I'll kind of be like in his area. I don't know. I just wouldn't be helping.
Just roll.
Perception, great.
Sure. So perception
Help us,
to
help
wing
us,
song
son.
11, right? So you're stretching across and you're looking and you're staring into there. Wing song is you're looking with your perception of 11. You don't see anything besides the rolling embankment of fog. Nothing really comes to you, and then besides the description that I've given you,
color.
suit with a perception of 22, a similar perception here. You're seeing the rolling fog, the trees, the vines, the mass, but all of a sudden you're sure that there's some sort of shadow lurking within, amorphous in its frame as it kind of comes to and holds its hand. As the hand kind of comes out towards you, it begins to move its hand, curling like this, and then slowly disappears. And as soon as you saw it, you continue to look for it, right, and kind of focus to see, hey, is it still there? And you can't see it anymore.
The mud is different over here, Soot. It's different. There's an investigation afoot.
all right, let's go back to the party.
What did you see anything?
Yes
Yeah.
and no. Let's just go back to the party for now.
Okay, I'll. You want me to keep looking out for different colors of mud because that could be important to our discoveries here.
No, let's just
No.
round up everybody. Let's get Gilga back. Stop him from being him,
I'm being Gilga.
and let's continue on.
He did look like he was about to drown himself, so yeah, that's probably a good idea.
In any case, yeah, we're gonna head back and
Okay.
Well, when you come back, Gilga gave up, and Gilga's heading back.
Gilga is
Soggy
filled with
quack.
water.
That was
I told
really
you.
good, bud. You got really close to making that work.
How did your
Hey,
boots not get
do I-
stuck in the mud?
Do I see like Suit and Wingsong come back as I'm just
I have like a
walking
fake
out?
monocle on with my eye, and
Looking at two different handfuls of mud.
Yeah, so
kinda
from
like
your
whenever
position,
you're like,
you're kind of taking. It sounds like you're taking the canoe, right? You're kind of dragging it back into the water, right? Or how
It's
you?
much-
Trying, he's not
Yeah.
succeeding.
So
And
everything
but
is
I'm
very
automatically gonna fail.
everything's at a very flat land by the water, and there's not much actual rise up to the village. It's primarily why the village is there, right? It's built so it's nearby the rivers, and built so it's close to the fishing and right all the lean-tos and the huts and certain things. So they actually will camp out here throughout the day to get out of the sun if there's no shade by the tree. So you can see Wingsong and Suit making way towards the bridge, 100 to 200 feet away from your current location of where you've made port. And you can see that they've kind of looked over nearby where the bridge was, like across it, right, in that kind of direction, and they kind of moseyed as far as heading back towards what would be kind of the center of the village. right? Which is where that fish shack kind of was.
I'm just gonna come up and you just hear slopping on my boots as I keep walking forward. Like there's just water stuck in my boots. And I'm just gonna walk back to the party be like, so no one's gonna help me move the boats?
I'm not gonna
Oh,
paddle upriver.
why are
Where
you
are we
moving the
moving the
boat?
boats?
You
Because
were
I'm
doing that
mad.
because you were having a temper tantrum. I don't understand.
Oh, if we're just moving them, I would have punched the boat for you.
Now, in any
See?
case, there's a
What are we
bridge
taking
that
the boats like? Where do they need
Guys,
to go?
guys, there's a bridge.
there's a bridge we can use to cross the Western River so we can get across.
Awesome.
Found some
And
important information.
We looked.
Oh.
We tried
What'd
to
you
scope
find?
out the. I didn't see anything, really. I saw a shadow in the
I saw mud.
fog, but that's more worrying towards me personally than it is for us.
Personally, I
Oh, 'cause
saw
you're-
the differences
'cause you're
between the
shadow thing?
mud and the area, and I thought that there could be an indication as to the problems of the area using the mud. We could, cause see, this one I have my handful that I grabbed earlier. This one's darker than the one that I found over there, and
Soil
thing is-
erosion.
I tasted it, and I was like,
You
this is less
tasted it?
shitty.
You're saying the river's been expanding.
The river has been expanding, and I think it's with the corpses.
What?
There's dead
Okay,
children in the river.
Okay, on what grounds?
Okay.
I mean,
no.
the man says he
You
has
want to put
mud.
insight
I
on that
know what-
statement?
No.
Dead children
I
and
know
murder?
what dead children taste like.
He has mud.
All right.
He's
Can we
eating
just-
mud.
Drop
Okay.
this?
So at this
Everyone?
point, I'm going to do out of character. Probably want to lessen the conversation of dead children. Definitely something we don't want to
Yes.
reference
Yeah,
or bring up.
appreciated.
Yeah.
Definitely makes people
that's a
uncomfortable.
good
So
idea.
so we'll go ahead. We'll go table that. Let's
Yeah.
put that away in
Put a
the
pin in
mind
it.
bank there, happy. Where we just will fight it again. You know, just gonna get that tucked.
Let's
in
just tuck it away forever.
Tuck it away.
Somebody
Tuck it away.
Someone
So-
just slaps
um,
away the
so-
mud.
So if the
Let's-
river's
let's-
We
ex-
know you had a
Memories.
tough week, dude. Do you need to dial it down?
So just gonna
So-
use alter memory and just make it so he does not have that memory
Yeah.
ever again.
Modify memory.
Why do I have this mud in my hand?
You're eating it, man. You
But,
told me that you could eat a jar full of mud and we bet a gold on it. And you haven't eaten it yet.
Can
Have I not
we-
finished it?
In any case, there's a bridge. We know where we need to go. Can we please get moving?
Yeah, I
And
vote we
we-
get moving.
Before we move on, I do want to do something.
Is
What
it
was that?
clean yourself?
Oh, please.
So, I noticed, you've been having a hard time with casting spells. You've been running out. So,
Oh yeah.
guess what I have?
You sound like
Let's go
an
into spell
infomercial.
refueling ring. I mean, I was thinking about giving it to Naira, but after what happened today,
You
I
spend
think
so much time shit talking me.
I
I'm
appreciate,
sorry that I clapped back and said I've noticed a pattern in your behavior.
I appreciate the pettiness.
regardless, I think you should have the ring. I'm gonna transfer the ring over.
Okay.
So
You should just be honest that you were never gonna give it to me. Don't make up stories just to try to guilt me because you're mad.
Well,
I have no comment.
I appreciate this, Yoga, and your guys' personal attrition aside, we can work on that later. Right now, we have something we need to do. All right?
Oh, letting you know, you're gonna need to attune to that spell refueling ring. So, once we cross the bridge, did you want to take the 30 minutes to attune? I mean, you're gonna need to if you want to use it.
Well, I'll say if-
I can figure that out. I will. Naira, can I just kind of sit on your shoulders for a bit?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna look at this river.
Always a yes. Always a yes for that. In cat
Guys, do you
form,
want to sit on my
100%.
shoulders?
In kid version, sure. But cat version, always.
But yeah. In any case, there's like I said, there's a bridge over there, and we can use that to get across and go see if we can't find the altar of flowers.
Absolutely.
And then as we get onto the bridge, since that's like the one area that doesn't have any mud, that's one I'm gonna change into my cat form, hop up on the Naira so I'm not covered in mud.
Take a look to Gilga. Gilga, you're smart.
I mean, I think I am.
Do you think I could run so fast I could run on top of the water?
I mean, theoretically, it's possible, but how?
That's all I needed. And because level 9 monk, I'm just gonna run on top of the water.
Oh, jeez.
It's only 32 feet and 40 feet of move speed.
That's
Yeah.
so amazing.
Just
Yeah.
I don't think that's how that works. To
That's
be
the
honest.
best thing I've
No,
ever
I can
heard.
run exactly how it
I
works
can run
for a
on
monk.
liquids and up vertical surfaces.
Yeah.
That is exactly how it
I'm
works.
so
Monks-
happy.
Monks become almost all terrain at this level. The only thing you can't do at this point is fly. And God help us if he ever learns how.
Just
So amazing.
I'm not that type of monk yet.
Fly.
But
Where's
yeah.
Varys when we need him?
I know, that's why I wanted to annoy him.
But yeah. So during our little trek, I'm basically using Nyera as a platform, so I can just sit there and concentrate on attuning to the ring.
We used
Okay.
2 hours.
So you're on the shoulder of Nyera, and then Paz, you're
I'm just running across it.
running across. Okay.
We're
So-
all having a blast. This is great.
Does he have like the anime splash thing? Well, like while he's running,
No,
just nothing, no splash
it says
whatsoever.
nothing. There's no splash. It's just ripples.
Well, it is also a river constantly flowing, so
You can still splash in the
true.
river.
So we're crossing the river.
yeah, we're
Mhm.
crossing the river via the bridge, except for Paz, who's running across the water.
I'm
So
crossing the river.
You're crossing the river here. Or sorry, the bridge and this tributary, this fork, and you're going in. Eventually, you reach the embankment of fog. There's a little bit of a beachhead with the vines and sorts of exposed roots as they embed themselves into the water. And you notice as well as that there's a shifting of the actual water level, and the sense of the elevation in this particular area is quite flat, and so it's kind of pooling and other sorts of things are kind of bringing up from the underground, right? So pools of water and mud and dirt and grasses and things. And this fog, it's just rolling in front of you. You're almost coming up towards it. Made your way about 12 to 15 feet out away from the actual bridge, now on the other side here. And you begin to kind of put your hand in the direction of it, essentially. And as you do, the fog just kind of moves and rolls over your hand, and then you pull it back, and then it does not flow with your hand. It just continues in that space. And you're left the barrier of this fog, and what lies ahead of you, simply the map, and attempting to find where you are going to go.
Can I stick my head in? And I want to see how far can I see.
Stick your head
front of
in.
me.
The
Yeah.
fog is quite thick, but as soon as you stick your head in, get through maybe 6 or so inches, it seems as the fog is still there, but far more that you can see through.
No, I can't see. Like hand in front of face, can't see.
Can front face you couldn't see, and then as you kind of come through, it gets more, and eventually it's a very dim, kind of light fog.
Okay.
So it's just a fog wall, and then it dims out on the other side. That's interesting. Magical fog? Well, yeah.
Hold on. Can I see the map?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So we'll
I'm
just
gonna sit down and Toxic, you're broad, I need you, and I'm just gonna lay it out like over his back and his shoulders.
Whoa!
Hold this end for me. Put hand here, hold it.
I
What
mean,
are you doing?
what,
And
Ask me what it is you want first. Tell me what you're gonna do, and then ask.
I'm gonna take a moment to try and is the altar flowers is marked on this map, correct? Like the one that we're looking at here.
Yeah, correct. This is the map that has been kind of hand done
Okay.
by Paxina, and it's very old. Things are very dramatic as well. You're gonna notice there's mileage that I've assigned to the map, and things are dramatic, such as the waterways. I mean, there's miles in long, and so some of the times you have to put in the concept of the river. It's not nearly that long, but it's more of like the floodplain. Like you wouldn't necessarily like walk in those specific areas because of how thick the water in the swamp would be. It makes it almost untraversable, right? So that's really what the water is marked as.
I'm gonna do a bit of looking and landmark searching. Over there's over there, and I'm gonna try in my head to memorize kind of the quickest route to where it would be, like a general like east by north, easterly, whatever direction
West.
it would be in from where we are. Yeah, western direction from where we are. And I'm going to try and make in my head the notes of like a bearing from where we are to where it needs to go.
Okay, do you have any proficiency with cartographer's tools, like map making, things like that?
No, but I am very well in survival and surviving in woods.
All right, go ahead and make a survival check, please.
Nice.
That's good. Yeah. 25. So getting your bearings down. You have the course set in your mind. Feel like you're confident. You're ready to rock.
All right. Do we have rope or ribbon?
I have some rope in my pouch.
Excellent. Can we chop up pieces of rope?
What?
Or
Chop
Well,
up.
because we hang rope to where we've been, so we can keep track of where we're going.
You know what?
Couldn't we just like
No,
mark some of the trees with like a knife or something?
I don't trust these trees in this marsh.
Plus, if we're going to the altar of flowers, damaging the trees might not be a good look if
We're
going
not-
to talk to druids.
That's
Doing-
fair.
That's fair. All right.
We
Hi.
hang a rope every so often, and this way we can look back. And if we can see two ropes, we know we're in a straight line to where we need to go. If not, we need to adjust.
That seems like a reasonable.
We go
like,
around one tree to the right, then around another to the left. Straight line that way.
There we go. That's pretty smart, Pez. That's pretty smart. Good idea on you.
I'm gonna make a prediction, lad. I'm not saying don't do it, but I don't think the ropes are gonna be there for long.
That's very true.
They only need
but
to be
it's-
there long enough to know you're in a straight line.
Yeah, it's a good way to confirm what we might be dealing with. So
And I think that time, I think they may not even stay there that long. But
You know, I feel like it's a good sacrifice
Well-
to make. Some rope for
Yeah.
knowing whether or not the trees move.
If they're gone, then we know something is amiss.
Yeah.
And
so
if
I
not, we have a
will-
way back. So I
But-
mean, like, yeah. It's
We're
kind of a
always
win-win.
going to be always going to
well-
face that way.
how
I will
dense are the
mage
trees?
hand my rope out of the satchel that is on Wingsong because I'm in cat form right now. I'm not carrying
Exactly,
that.
because I'm carrying his shit, because I'm that kind of guy.
So the thickness of the trees actually is going to depend on your location. So what you're actually looking at right now is that they're quite thick. So this place is very wooded in a sense. So there isn't a whole lot of a swamp area, right? There's a couple occasions that you have to kind of move through and you have to walk through, but you're not going to be treading through like 3 to 4 feet or 6 feet of water like tall grass. It's mainly kind of huddled trees together, groupings, a couple different spaces, exposed roots, branches, logs fallen down, and then shrubs and different things in the low line.
How high is the canopy?
There is no actual real canopy here. So remember, there is no leaves. So it's
Right.
just the brambles of the branches that come together. The trees themselves will reach 90 to 100, over 100 feet in actual height. They have many different branches, many different sprigs, footholds, and they go all the way down. So if you attempted to climb a tree, you can actually find it's almost like a suitable shelter, as the branches are so large you can actually lay across them and get up to only 20 feet or so from the actual base of the forest floor or the marsh floor.
And you mentioned that. That's why I'm asking about that. 'Cause as we continue, as he's tying ropes, I want to occasionally keep my eyes up to see if there's anything up there that may look like it's watching us.
Okay. To make sure you're keeping that perception every so often here. Okay.
Right?
Makes sense to me.
And I just want to break off like a foot of rope or something within like eyesight. Whoever has the best vision. I mean, if it's fog, then we're all probably going to see the same distance, but just keep an eyesight. Tie another rope from like the last one that I can see.
Okay.
And just
So you're
line up.
you're making markers as you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you all go through the fog. You're now going in. You're walking, right? Getting your bearings and trekking. So right now, right, you have these small channels of swamp, these streams, right? So potentially tributaries, other things. And the water within here, as soon as you recognize it and you see it, it's black. It's not like a sludge or a ooze or anything, but it's pigmented in this blackish kind of coloration and immediately kind of strikes. You've seen this before. And it's within all around, within the actual tributaries and the water pools and things as you go.
We've all got the goo.
As I'm not wearing shoes.
With the
Nah,
the
we're
actual
stepping
swamp in the
Do you want to piggyback?
No.
You did throw your shoes.
It's
Sorry.
just squishy.
Okay, good. So in the non-voids, right? So in those actual pockets of land and things, you have sometimes you have tall grass, right? So, and then you have ferns, right? So low-rotting shrubs and different things, and then bioluminescent plants. So it's dark in here. It's actually dim conditions. The lighting itself hits into the brambles, and then the fog now kind of forms an embankment around above in that canopy, in that layer, right? And so you can see through the trees, you can see through the branches and things, but eventually you're kind of wondering, okay, it's daylight because there's some light coming through the actual fog, I think, and you get a little confused. You're like, how long have we actually been traveling through here? You begin to kind of find yourselves losing track of time, and then losing of what kind of time of day it could be. And you're really trying to go off the light, but you can't see the sun. You don't have any of the light. The bioluminescent plants glow even during with these conditions, and they kind of give little pockets of reds and violets and greens and all sorts of different colors. Fungi grow freely around the wet areas, right? And specifically the actual trees, they actually could become nearly as half the size of one of these trees. So the actual fruiting bodies, so they come outwards and they begin to grow, potentially like boletes or sorts of kind of king trumpets and certain things like that. You're right, those big fruiting bodies, they get tall and large and massive. And they also, many of them are bioluminescent themselves, and they kind of glow. And so it creates a little bit of a kind of a miniature size, right? We talk about when we're with the frost giants, you're getting that realm here where everything seems to be a lot larger than yourselves, but then you're brought back down just by seeing some of the ferns and some of the shrubs and things. Okay, those are normal size, and so there's just some things that grow large. Again, that ashen black bark is around, and you're seeing now some of them have scars, and then through the scars of them, potentially through the cracks of the bark, there is a dripping of a sap. And as you kind of stretch and look at it, it has this slight, almost sulfuric acid smell to it. And again, you're reminded once more of how that tree was brought and corrupted. So they're commonly
it seems
uprooted.
bad here.
Yeah, it's not a great sight, but there's wildlife here. You can hear it in the audio. So you have birds, and you have creatures, and you have game animals moving around. Eventually, you might have a couple occasional crocs, actually, crocodiles and things, and low eyes kind of pick themselves up. Frogs and primarily, and other sorts of amphibious species and reptiles, right? Not that so turtles and things, but it is just strange. It's a good way to describe it, right? The grasses that are growing here are unlike any other that you've seen. They split into blades of 4 to 5, and they can get pale yellow, and they have little tiny small thorns. The dirt is a brown to black, with tendrils of corruption, often in the forms of vines or hyphae from mushrooms, from fungi. Now, Naira, this particular grass, and whoever went to actual Paxina's locations, the actual house at Fort Farron, the grass stands out. You have actually seen that grass growing in the gardens around Paxina's house.
I sort of like nudge past and like point at the grass.
Ow.
I know. It was gentle, I promise. As gentle as I can be. But it was Paxina's, it looks like Paxina's grass.
It makes sense. I mean, she was from here.
Guys, we have magic grass. Technically, she wasn't from here. She was from Thixia.
Yeah, I mean, she came here.
But we've got magic grass, guys.
Well,
Good sign.
we have druidic grass.
So
Fey grass?
Where the grass is growing, I just want to look up. Does it look like there's enough space for the sun to come down to shine
No.
on it?
No.
Okay.
We got that Fey grass. Right? Because a lot of her plants were from the Fey, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
And she said, okay.
Can I like
I
listen
don't
and
know if
look
that's
and
right.
see
I'm just saying it.
if I find anything else that is similar, or like I don't know. Now that I'm recognizing things from Paxina, I want to like really try to look around and see what else I can like identify.
Okay. Go ahead and you can make a perception check if you're looking for specific things, and then through this journey, go ahead and make a perception check if you're making active ones, looking up into the canopy.
Yep.
Can I also make a perception check? I'm trying to keep
That one.
any more of those shadows I saw.
That one.
Okay. So
Woo!
go ahead
I
and make a
consistently
perception
can't
check. You're-
perceive. It's
You're looking
crazy.
for a shadowy-like figure that you've seen
Get picked some
before.
moss on you and stuff.
Naira, but that one
I know.
you do not see besides the common of the grass, because the grass is the most abundant. But you're looking, you're continuing to be perceptive. Though with the 14, you don't
Gonna
see
try
anything
again
in
later.
the canopy besides birds, like nesting birds and other sorts of creatures that they kind of make large calls. Some of these birds grow quite large, almost medium size, and so they're getting
Just
a
that
little bit decent in their size. Your perception of 14 also takes the note that some of the actual brambles of the trees have been shifted in the sense that they've been scratched and marked, noting that there might be huge to gargantuan-sized creatures that actually can roam through the marshes at times. And so you're kind of looking up there and you're going, what kind of thing made those marks? But you don't hear anything. You don't see anything.
But seeing that, I want to look down. Do I see any kind of like depressions or anything that could indicate footprints?
Yeah, so you look down, and what you do see is a kind of a mass of different kind of roots and things that might make a print. And so as you stretch and you look at them, you are reminded from when you were in the small wood with the actual tree creature and the marks that it was making, that potentially there are more of that creature, and that might be what shifts through and scratches through the brambles as they begin to walk through.
Can I make one other, like a survival check for like humanoid type footprints?
Sure, you can make a survival check there. So with a perception 25, you don't see the shadowy figure through the journey as you're making your way towards the altar there.
Am I still high? Do I still have +2 to my wisdom?
You are no
I don't know how
longer,
much time has passed.
You are no longer in a high condition.
Gotcha. God, I'm so bad at looking at stuff. Anytime we have to look for stuff, I suck.
Guys, fade grass.
I still
So-
think I could eat the grass. That's where I'm at, I think.
With a survival check of an 11, you are able to find humanoid footprints. They are occasionally coming through in this particular area. They have no pattern to them, no real direction. They come back on themselves. And they are commonly either footprints of medium-sized to small-sized humanoids, or they are boot prints of medium to small-sized humanoids, and they're abundant. Knowing the direction and where you have been, kind of begins to say, okay, where's the horde come from, right? This could be footprints and remnants of the horde that have yet to be fully absorbed back into the ground over time.
Okay. Because it seems like, horde-like, they're all going in the same direction, correct?
No, they're on top of each other. They're kind of circling around. There's a lot of aimless direction with it. No direction can be pinpointed as far as where the prints are going.
Well, that's weird because you would think that they'd all be walking, back toward Norfolk, back toward where we came.
Stay quiet until you speak up.
So it's weird, guys. It's weird that it doesn't seem like the horde had a specific direction. Weird, like maybe this is sort of a holding area for them.
That's exactly what it probably is. These marshes are just the horde is everywhere, mindlessly wandering until the dragon gives them commands.
You think the
Well-
whole entire marsh is their holding pattern?
Yes. There's no reason for us not to believe that.
Okay.
But
Especially
yet
while
the
we're
dragon's
inside
not
the fog.
the dragon's not been seen itself leading these hordes. Like it was that Sylvana at the fort.
True.
And apparently
Although,
this other weird face, tattoo face person came to Norfolk.
but
So
we
it seems
did
like
hear that the
has
dragon was
lieutenants.
involved.
Well, maybe these are all lieutenants of the dragon. Like,
Yes. Yeah.
they-
I would
they
agree with that.
actually knew the dragon.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That's probably what's going on.
So I wonder what it is that draws them to the dragon in the first place. Hey Paz, how your ropes going?
I mean, we haven't got lost yet. That I know, or if we are, we don't know we are.
Well, are they
I mean,
still,
honestly,
are
I'm
they
just
still there, or the ones you hung up? They still on the trees?
Well, I mean, the last one I can see is, I hope, is it?
Look back and it's there.
Yeah. I mean, the last one I hung up is. You can barely
All right,
see
well,
it.
what about the one before that? Where's that one?
I don't know. I can't see. The fog is too thick.
Uh-huh.
All I'm doing is lining up in a line.
But you can only see one.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it's not
stay in
very
the
helpful
line.
if you can't see that last one you put.
Have I got us lost yet? We'll never know. But it's that way still. Keen sense of direction.
But if you don't know, you've gotten us lost.
We don't know if we're lost.
But we don't know if we're going the right way now, do we?
Well, there's a lake by the altar of flowers. If we hit a lake, then mostly there. It's not a precise thing.
This map isn't precise, so you can't really blame him.
We're going. I'm doing the best I can.
And as best you can is the best we can hope for. So let's
I wish I was closer to the
reading.
sun tree. That would help.
Well, the sun tree don't shine in these parts, Bucko. Let's roll on.
Oh, now
I'm already
it's not
moving.
necessary. Just because this is Mars, do not mean the sun don't feed it. It just works a little different.
I'm just going to lift up my foot with all the black mud ichor. The sun doesn't shine.
Just
There
because
is
you
no
don't see it
God.
doesn't mean it's not there.
It's squishing in my feet. I'm pretty sure at some point 3 things have touched me.
Ew.
That's why I'm kind of glad I have
None of
claim.
Look, just because you don't see the sun shining here does not mean that things aren't affected by it. If the sun wasn't shining on this place, this stuff wouldn't be growing.
Well, I mean, with all this
Gilligan, does that
phosphorus
sound
and
about right for
luminescent stuff-
Paylor?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Sorry.
Two people.
That's it.
Go ahead,
It's
Sid.
like I was gonna say, like with all this phosphorescent and luminescent plants, I feel like they're the ones that are providing the light needed for anything else to grow. It's
Yeah.
not sunlight that it's not sunlight that they're getting.
Yeah,
They're
they seem
not.
to
You're
have
right, lad.
adapted.
But that's just how it works here. I mean, the
No.
trees are so thick, they're just taking all the sun before it gets down near the ground.
Actually, I think that's the fog.
Well,
I think it's the fog. I think the fog's doing it.
If I hear
You
the
feel-
master of
I don't have to
Paylor,
tell how high the fog goes.
I don't know. Do you
Trees-
feel connected to
trees are really tall.
Paylor?
I mean, I could climb a tree.
Now that's a good question, lass. It's a little weird here.
It is a little
mean-
weird here.
Yeah,
If
I mean,
you
the
want me
sun
to-
is shining. I know that.
Ooh, wait, hold on. That's a
But-
good idea. There are no. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to see through the fog. Whatever. You know what? I want to climb up a tree.
Hey, did my ritual detect magic kick in?
That was back at the.
That was back at
It
there.
did it wear off? Did it happen and
It's
wear
only
off?
10 minutes.
You,
Like
yeah,
10 minutes,
it's
I
worn
got
off. You
to-
you didn't detect any magic besides what was on yourselves.
Cool.
I would like to
Um,
climb up a tree to see if I could see over everything.
Okay, so you're going all the way up.
I'm going all the way up.
Let me see.
Until I feel like it's not gonna be safe, but I am very light.
Okay, so Paz, you see Paz, pick the tree.
There it goes.
I
Let's
am
climb.
only 28 pounds.
Okay.
Really? That's
Yeah.
light.
Yeah,
A halfling, dude.
Yeah,
3 foot
damn.
tall.
Didn't really think about that. I'm like, you're only 20. Wow.
Yeah, I've owned dogs that were heavier.
So am I.
I know.
Okay. You begin to
Yeah, maybe that's-
climb up. You hear sounds slightly in the distance towards the southwest, crashing of trees very briefly for a moment. Continue to go. Many minutes pass by. You're
Up, baby.
continuing to go up, trying to get as far as you can. Eventually come to the top of the canopy, and the fog is still there, rolling above you. Continuing, now thick. You can't see anything besides the hand directly in front of your face, the branch you're clutching to.
I've hit the barrier again. I'm just going to once again, just tick, come back down.
Okay. Many minutes pass by as you're all waiting. Paz eventually returns.
Tree goes all the way to the top. Fog goes all the way to the top.
That feels right.
I stuck my head in the barrier again. Also, down yonder, there was crashing of trees.
Is that? Did anybody else hear that?
Everyone heard it, yeah?
Okay, so that's what that was. Yeah.
That came from
We heard
that direction.
So,
We should avoid them by maintaining that direction.
yeah.
Oh, wait a moment. You say you went up and the fog goes all the way up.
Yep.
But we're seeing sunlight down here as if it's shining through without a problem.
No.
Yes, we have. You see some sunlight penetrating through the fog, but you can't have. There's no sun rays coming through, so you have a little bit of like a glow, right?
It's like a diffused light.
Yeah, it's like a diffused light. Yep.
So yeah, the top of the tree up there, my head was in the thick fog again, and I dare not go further, mainly because it's the top.
Definitely something not right here.
The barrier goes along the top of the trees.
Because there is definitely too much growing here for that little light.
That could also be why the trees don't have leaves. And we saw...
but the trees themselves then shouldn't be standing.
Well, I have a theory, if I may. Naira, if you will back me up. I just need you to agree.
Okay.
That's all you got to do when I want to point or say your name.
Got it.
When we came in, we visited Paxina, correct?
Yes, that happened.
Paxina is a very, very old elf, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. She has a lot of weird and exotic plants in and around her dwelling. Huh?
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
All right. She said they were from the Fae. Huh?
Yes. Yes.
She did.
I think what we just did was we just crossed into the Fae when we walked through the fog barrier. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
that's actually extremely reasonable, lad. Well done.
Nothing in the world makes sense anymore, and everything we had where we were isn't what it is now.
Yeah.
You didn't have to agree with me, but
I agree with that one. That one I agree with as well.
So, we are now in a world that I don't believe any of us have ever been to.
Potentially. We have no confirmation of that, but it's not something we can rule out either.
What was the name of the Reuben's love? Trish?
Trisha.
Well, shall we try something even crazier than speculating on whether or not we crossed into another plane?
And what would that be?
Trisha! We've come here peacefully.
Hey, yo, Trisha, you up?
We just want to talk to you.
I heard you have wonderful clothes and numbers that are just...
We ran into Reuben in Norfolk. It's not good. We'd like to help if we can. Right.
You think about it.
Either she do not care or she's just waiting to see what happens.
Wait a second. If we are in the Fae, that means the undead hordes originated in the Fae.
Yeah.
It seems so.
That's all I got, but it seemed really important at the time.
Did they originate in the Fae, or are they being stored in the Fae? Like,
or being created.
Are these druids working with or under the oppression of your dragon we hope to kill?
Well, there's a lot of information to unpack.
Hold on a moment.
And at some point, I will have to go and remember.
Are undead a thing in the Fae?
Well, that was the question: is are they a thing, or are they being held like one singular cusk in the Fae?
You notepad? Why are you so inefficient? Carry on.
I feel like many of these questions will be answered if we can find Trisha. So, speculation will only get us so far.
Having a conversation. You begin to fall tired, traveling for miles at this point, getting into the thick, kind of moving away right in the direction of the tree falling, certain things crashing, and you are tired, getting exhausted for how far you've actually traveled. Sun still shining. Eventually, you walk into this. a gap within the ashen and dark covered trees that appears slightly elevated and dry. Large boulders stand surrounded by an upraised altar of flowers. A green vine and yellow leaf tapestries sit underneath a matching bowl, the flowers of a large variety providing an array of colors. The grass and the flowers both have been observed at Pexy's house.
This is more magic stuff.
It's
What
an
sort of
altar with
magic?
flowers.
Well, I think we found the altar of flowers, but there's no one here.
I'm gonna walk up.
I'm gonna
Hop off first. Hop
I'm
off
gonna
first.
hop off her
Yeah.
shoulders and go back into human form.
Excuse me. Hello.
I'm just gonna stay behind Lola. Just
I want to look for a tree that looks like it might be worshipped.
Okay. Roll
As I
perception.
said, there's a tree at the altar of flowers.
Yeah, I'm trying to like look for any kind of signs of people or like living creatures are currently here but hiding.
all right.
Okay.
Should I just cast the invisibility then? Just see if I could. Yeah. Should I just see if there's any hags? Is that a thing we're still looking out for now?
Definitely still looking for hags.
All right. I'm gonna cast it then. Let's see. I'll tell you all if I see anything weird. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm just going to cast a spell.
Okay.
I'm going to use an ability.
Wow.
Anti-hags.
Okay. Eyes of the Grave. You don't sense any undead around in your vicinity here of the radius. Handy hag spell, so seeing invisibility. You don't see any visible creatures as you stretch looking around. They need perception checks. Naira, I have 19 perception checks, so I need a perception check of. No, I wouldn't need a perception check for you. Okay, so just Naira. So 19. So Naira, you're looking specifically for
Signs of hidden life.
signs of hidden life. Okay. So with the 19 perception, you can hear the faint little bit of buzzing coming from the south. A passive perception of 20. I think you're able to hear this as well now.
Like over here?
That's correct. As you come through, flying out of the trees in very fast pace, these tiny little creatures with
Oh
a
god, are they
multitude of
pixies?
wings. They're holding tall, tiny swords in their hands, and they have tiny bows on their backs. And one is yelling out, "Ja!" So they're flying, buzzing outside of the ferns and the trees, coming from the fog. Which now that you're in this area, there doesn't appear to be any fog, and so they're kind of coming out of it. So they're running with their swords pointed outwards like lances, yelling charge. I need everyone to roll initiatives if you are taking combat actions.
I would very much like to try and talk before combat is initiated, but
Oh, fair. Yeah.
They're charging in. That's why they're rolling their
Yeah,
initiative. So if
Yeah.
you all are gonna fight these creatures, right? You can.
I
We don't need to roll initiatives if you're not going to, and they're just.
Am
gonna
I
come
able
in.
to like glance back toward my like companions? Like, are we?
Yeah, so you literally walked, and then you heard the buzzing, and all of a sudden they just flew out. They're tiny sized creatures. It's just incredibly
Yeah.
hard to see, and all of a sudden you're just kind of like, take this step
Yeah.
back, and you're just like, did not
I just-
recognize that they were even there.
I just want to like look back toward my like group, specifically toward like Soot and maybe Thothic. Like, are we?
Thothic just looks confused.
let's like
Yeah,
there's
no-
like a
no
look of
time.
confusion, but
Feels like we're
there's just
hitting.
a look of-
Yeah, no
And
time
then,
for it. So if you're rolling, you're rolling. If you're not, you're not. Like there's no time to look at each
Yeah.
other, no time to really talk about it. So if you're gonna
I'm
go into
alarmed.
combat,
I'm swinging.
So I mean, I'm gonna roll initiative just for so I'm in the order, but I am not gonna be taking any combat actions.
Okay.
I'm not taking any combat actions as of right now because I'm not paying attention to them.
I roll low on initiative every time, so I'm gonna see pretty quickly what they do before I have a chance to do anything. So I got a 6.
I'm
I
more
feel like I'm
interested in
probably
the
gonna do
altar.
this. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna do something. So.
Can I say that I took a step back? Can I take 1 square of movement back?
Yeah, that's fine.
Just like out of whoa.
Yeah,
Just like a jump back kind of thing.
just little things. They're just small.
Boom, boom, boom.
All right, everyone rolled up.
Yeah.
Just doing something. I'm not taking a combat.
All right, we're taking combat. Okay. This first creature flies, zipping forward. Yeah. Goes in for a wild stab. 17 does not hit you.
Okay, hitting feels like a strong choice.
Okay. So it comes and just kind of glances off your armor, then buzzes around, flag. Let's get up! You're yelling out to each other. They
I don't
all
want to
fly.
have to hit.
Next one comes.
Those are pretty off the bed.
Was that one?
Yeah.
Flies into you, smacks into your armor.
Oh,
Falls
bud.
down onto the ground, unconscious.
Oh, bud.
She's too strong.
I'm uncomfortable with the idea of fighting you, but not
Pulsing into the middle.
opposed.
It's not penetrate through. Ending turn. Now coming across one of the rocks, looks like a plant that was behind one of the rocks. Pulls themselves from a flower and begins to curl themselves up and stretches. And then ends
But,
turn.
right.
Another one does the same thing. Ends turn. Another one comes, this time at the back side, or the north side of the altar here. Reveals themselves behind a rock as they begin to grow from the actual ground, from the trees, the grass, and behind the rock, the shrub line. Suit, you're up.
Alright,
Reason, thank you.
let's see. I need to check something real quick. Okay, yeah, no, that's not. I'm just gonna take a couple steps towards Nyera and seeing and hearing all of them. I haven't noticed anything that's going on behind me yet because I'm not paying attention over that area. I'm just we're not here to fight.
Weird.
Please, can we not do this? We don't want to hurt anyone.
Okay.
That one ran into me. I didn't do that.
Roll a persuasion check.
It's too powerful.
I didn't ask to be run into by a mosquito. That wasn't my choice.
By a mosquito. Oh
28.
God.
28.
Okay. Ending turn. One begins to fly over to you, taking a dash. These creatures move incredibly fast flying. It comes into a dash. As it does, it begins to fly around you, zipping by you like a bee as it begins to land on your shoulder. Continues to fly. As it does, it settles down. If you mean no harm, lay down your weapon.
I'm literally just standing there with my hands
has no
up. I have no
weapon.
weapons.
Deploys it.
A child of the group.
Goes in to grapple you.
But when he does that,
I will
Fighting a fairy.
I will actively
Holds onto your
I
one of your
like-
fingers. If you're just kind of grab.
Oh,
I'm
like
just-
I'm like.
how do I give up? How do I give up my hands?
I got the beast. Nothing.
You
you're up.
got the bee. Oh yeah, you're in cat form.
No, I'm in
no, he
human
went into
human
human form.
Yeah, we're
No.
we're all beasts here.
Technically,
Yeah, no,
you're
it's like,
beast, though.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
a literal beast.
I'm in
Like
human
a-
form, and I'm just standing there with my hands up, just
I'm-
in a non-threatening manner.
You got this, Luthy.
Both
You're great.
Oh, I am up. Okay.
Yeah, you're up. You rolled.
They don't look threatening. They just seem really angry.
I think they're just trying to protect the place.
I get that. Aye. Oi, little ones. Tell Trisha we're just here to talk.
Let me know if I could shout in, GM, whatever.
Sure.
And that's all I'm going to do.
Okay. Shout away, Tez.
It's like We know Ellsworth is missing.
Who?
Ellsworth,
Ellsworth.
the tree.
Oh right.
I was
Oh
thinking the
right.
tree that
Oh,
that
right.
he attacked
The
before her.
protector of Selenar.
Right.
Worship that. Maybe they know him. Who knows?
Find out, I guess.
Ending your turn.
Listen, there's a
Now
lot
come
of
to
things I'm
another
just
one
going to
that-
throw at a wall here.
Come to
Yeah,
another
yeah,
one that comes
definitely,
running out.
definitely.
This one begins to use a spell, begins to throw it outwards.
Bitch, Pexita.
This spell is actually aimed towards the creatures, the actual flying little tiny creatures. It kind of throws it out. Begins to shimmer and shake. This very interesting thing, and these glowing lights begin to bashing
I
out.
sure hope it's heal.
And you see the creatures immediately in their flying patterns, raising their swords. They look towards the lights, they begin to touch them. It's like, oh.
Oh, it's like dancing lights.
This is calm
it not-
emotions.
It's called
Oh.
emotions.
Even better.
Emotions.
That's-
Interesting. So the.
Can I yell
Orlands are
something?
On our side.
When it's your turn.
The other one goes in for a stab towards the arrow.
Oh, buddy. You're making it really.
That's off your arm.
I honestly don't think they have enough of. I don't think they have enough of a.
I just feel
Bad.
bad.
To hit you.
This isn't good for their self
They may have to
esteem.
crit to hit.
What?
Yeah.
Just fake.
The other one comes swinging
Ow!
out.
Owie! That really
You know
stings.
Trisha?
Which one said that?
It was the one that's coming up behind you to your left.
Oh, okay.
We're friends of Ruben.
The one runs out.
Can I just say this song is bopping, you know, like
Throws down another.
Nope. You're caught in the calm emotions.
Oh no.
I mean,
she
I'm
can
I'm
calm
not
down.
upset, but
Yeah, chill the fuck down.
All right,
Wow,
Mayor,
she's
you
stable.
you succeed, yeah? So you succeed.
You're
against
still
it.
angry.
I'm still confused exclusively.
The ones now that in that formation of flight
Oh.
begin to look towards the dazzling lights that are shimmering around you like tiny little spores of
Yeah.
a kind of a fungus that are bioluminescent. They're kind of flying through the air. Turn. Another one runs out. This one goes. Stretches and looks, holding out the hands. Realizing that there's a lot. Now, Paz, are you actually in your spot right now? Right there?
Yeah.
All right, behind you,
Yeah.
shifting, thudding through. Comes
Oh my
walking
God.
out. It was one of the trees that you passed by, just slowly begins to move.
Nice.
I hear Ellsworth!
Why are they all like Sesame
We know
Street?
what happened to him.
Hey,
Like in detail, know what happened.
All right, now we come to Gilga.
I don't really know what to do if I'm being honest.
You see,
Just
like
see
most of the
people
party-
coming over. I see what looks like a bug in front of me.
Yeah, it feels offensive to hit the bugs.
They're trying their best.
I'm not even in the combat. I'm just here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to be the dummy I am. I'm just going to approach it. And I'm just gonna be like, "Hi, I'm Gilga. How are you?"
As you stretch towards it, it looks like a humanoid figure, medium size, but the hands and the skin are made of like twigs and vine. There doesn't seem to be like
Love that.
actual skin or whatnot. It's like a plant. Literally looks like a bush or a flowering. There's different sort of petals and things in the head, and there's little sockets for the eyes, and they're kind of moving with leaves and certain things. They're kind of adjusting on the face. So as you do that, it kind of looks towards you, and just like turns the head, and just like stares at you.
You don't speak? And I'm just gonna start miming for the 6 seconds.
Okay.
I am human.
All right, Nair.
That's my turn.
I think I'm just gonna put my hands up and be like,
You've overpowered me.
I
Tiny creature.
I'm really trying to be respectful here. I didn't do that one. Just for the record, that one ran into me. Can I like step around them and walk over toward this figure? Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tiny thing.
Yeah, I'm
it's
just gonna.
tiny.
I'm just. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Oh shit! Stepped in your way.
Yeah, we genuinely we come in peace. We're just here to help. We're friends of Paxina, if that helps, but we're not here to fight. We're here to talk to Trisha.
Alright, with that, I'm good to go ahead and end combat.
Just got rear-ended by a mosquito. Not impressed.
Should I keep the music
No,
on?
they-
It seems like Happy's just jamming out right now,
Absolutely.
this thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's good
I'm
mood
not.
for
I don't
us.
have to do anything in this combat. I'm literally just walking up to an altar,
Just vibing.
ready,
Just
just
vibing.
kind
Just
of
vibing.
ready to inspect it, look at it, hang out with it, vibe with it, like shit.
I'm gonna
I got,
turn
like,
down
my-
for me just a little bit.
I got my
So-
iPods in right now.
Thofig's gonna go over the one that spoke to him and, well, no, Trisha is a strong way of putting it. We passed by the village of Norfolk on the way here, and the one survivor there, as it is now, mentioned Trisha to us.
Ruben.
It's
Ruben.
turn the head.
And so we decided to come over here and find Trisha, see what she knows about the undead walking around this area. And Ellsworth, too, ran into him a few nights ago at the fort.
It's the Ellsworth there at the moment.
Uh,
You can't hear me. Carry on. We're far away.
I don't know if you know Ellsworth well, but well, it seems the undead brought him out and did terrible things to him. Made him attack the fort. Unfortunately, Ellsworth is gone.
He's trying to raise his hand that's standing right behind me. I can't.
Your booming voice coming from the tree creature. Just begins to shake, showing emotion, steps over, and just continues to slowly sunk in the
buddy.
air. This tree is 90 feet tall. Slowly beginning to bramble forward. Just kind of shakes, moves its brambles back and forth. The creature in front of you puts the hand towards the chest. I am... Just kind of turns and looks, stops. Tez?
Tez. Ah, I am Thothig, and this be Gilga,
Hi.
and we are very sorry about what happened to Ellsworth. Wish we could have done more for him.
Points the finger. That is Fallsworth.
Good to meet you, Fallsworth. Were you close to Ellsworth?
Sapling brothers. See slow little water drop that's pouring from the two eye sockets it has on either side of its bark structure.
I'm very sorry, Ellsworth. You know, if it were possible that whatever spirit that moves you moves others, mortals like myself, I'd have tried to save Ellsworth, but alas, it's just not the same, and I cannot do it. You know the Sun Tree, Fellsworth?
Oh.
Not
Not all trees know each other.
Yeah, that's a little racist, my dude.
We're going to talk on that later, Gil. Anyway,
We're gonna circle back.
yeah. Do you know where Trisha is? We're trying to find her.
Tez moves towards the bowl, looks in the bowl, sidesteps over to you, Goga, reaches a hand out, touches you on the forehead.
Son of a.
Seems to be a charm spell. Look back. Friends?
Yeah.
Friends. And I'm just gonna just try to deceive. Like, yeah, friends.
Are you deceiving? We are friends.
He has to say. We're trying to be non-hostile here. It's not deception.
Yeah, it's not deception. Being real friends, kind of sidesteps back over to the bowl, grabs the hand, unfurls it, as this lotus-like flower begins to grow in the palms, sets it down into the bowl.
I got
Walks
mud.
over to the trio of rocks and walks through the central rock, disappearing through the stone. Just walks through it.
I want to go.
That.
Dig. Don't dig. Don't
Wait.
dig.
Can we go?
What, Gilligan?
No, hold on.
So-
That thing tried to charm me.
He wanted you compliant.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep saying we're friends, okay? So I'm not actually charmed, but I'm just saying that so I can.
He was probably gonna have you follow him to wherever he went. But what I'm
Okay.
wondering is, do we have to touch whatever is in the bowl as well?
Oh, I didn't touch the bowl.
you.
He touched me.
Maybe touch the bowl. See what happens.
I'm just gonna look at the bowl real quick, like,
And then
describe the bowl a little bit.
I'm gonna follow and try to see if I get into this center rock here after telling Thoth my warning.
Okay. So you're going straight to the rock, right? And the rest of you looking in the bowl. Sounds like kind of thing, just kind of looking.
Actually,
I'm watching Gilga.
Yeah, I'm watching Gilga.
Everyone's just watching Gilga at this point.
Yeah.
I'm the guinea pig. Let's be honest. You know.
Gilga, you walk.
So you have
through
health.
as
You have a hand.
You just walk through the wall. Could be an illusion, whatever, but you just go through, and eventually you're kind of in a dark place. And in front of you is a very small two-leafed flower, like a rose, that's curling with tiny little thorns, and it's just kind of outraised in the darkness of space. And there's this twinkling little lights all around that are just slowly falling down. As you reach your hands, you're inside of the rock, so it's solid stone around you, and you're gonna have to crouch down a little bit. It's just this little flower in front of you. As you look for Tez, you don't see.
Should we wait for him to come back? What's our plan?
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna look in the bowl.
Hey.
You look in the bowl. It's just this beautiful kind of purplish violet, kind of lotus-like flower, and it's just kind of set in there, and it's just laying in the bowl.
Can I try to think my most peaceful thoughts and try to touch it gently, carefully?
You touch it and it feels like a flower. As you touch it, it has petals, has different sorts of parts of a flower, right? It's the inner kind of areas there, and has.
You gonna name him?
Your hand. I was gonna name him, but I don't.
It's not like you were gonna name him.
I was gonna name him, but it gets to a point.
You see, it has a stamen. You know.
So
That's what flowers are.
There's a thing that we're taught that we have to be a certain way in the community, so we can't use some terms, right? So we kind of lower it down, make sure people understand. But it is just the inner parts of the actual flower there, and so you kind of touch and you're able to get some of the pollen, right? And you kind of get on your hands and certain things, and so it is a real flower. There's nothing about it that would suggest that this is an illusion, that this isn't real. This creature had grown it from its hands, just grew the flower and then placed it.
Well, that's fine. It's made out of plants. It's fine
So
with me.
I have seen visibility on. Do I see anything out of the ordinary as I am in this room, just seeing a leaf?
No, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. You don't see any sort of etherealness, like piercing through the ethereal veil or anything. It is just this flower as it's kind of moving through, and the flower is like 2.5 feet in height. So the actual kind of stem, as it works its way up with the two kind of leaves, and they kind of fall down, and they form a very simple pattern, kind of an egg-shaped kind of way, right? And so there's nothing unique particularly about the flower that kind of stands out to you. It's mainly the light that's coming down, right? And the fact that you're inside of like a boulder, that is what makes this weird.
So they can't. I'm assuming I can hear anyone, right?
How's it going? I got closer, so you could hopefully hear me better.
Can I hear any of them?
Go good.
You hear him muttering through the stone.
What do you see?
I see a flower.
Like a.
Does that go through?
Yeah, It sounds really mute, like someone's
Yeah.
talking through an object.
A flower?
Yeah, it's like 2 feet tall, you know.
Is it alive?
I'm gonna look at it and just sort of just pass my like hand sort of around like in front of the flower, see if it responds.
Pass your hand and doesn't seem to respond. A little bit of lights kind of moved around your hand as you kind of go into that sphere, that radius, that 2 foot that's kind of surrounds the actual flower.
Do you need backup? Is it okay? Are you okay?
I have no clue, but I'm not sure if it's alive or sentient, but I'm gonna touch it.
You should touch it. Do you want someone in there when you touch it, or are you okay?
I'm gonna be honest, if I die, I will haunt you, Naira. I promise. That's all I'm gonna say.
Alright, well, I want to at least watch you die then. I'm gonna come in.
I told Thothik that if I see Pello first, I'll try
You
to get
win.
him on his good side.
You win, right? You win if you see him first.
So Gil, you
That's
touch
a
the
great
flowers?
point. I touch the
It's too
flower.
late. I've already seen him. I've already won, Gilga.
Gilga, as you touch the
Can I-
flower, as soon as you touch it, petal-like things begin to grow on your finger. As they do, they begin to stretch your wrist and your forearm, and then your elbow. And it's a very speediest process. But there, as you pass in, you see Gilga's arm at this point appears to have multiple flowers. It's like it's just like blooming across its flesh.
That seems potentially good or bad, but with our luck, bad.
I don't think any one of us should be touching this.
Continues to grow now towards your chest, reaches now 2 places going towards your lower and upper half.
Is that affecting
grows
your
upon
breathing?
neck. You don't feel like any sort of breathing effect. You can feel the flowers. You have this little bit of a tingle, a little bit of a sensation, but nothing is restricting your breathing. It's really just growing on the outside.
Can I use
eventually.
detect magic?
Are you casting it outright, or are you visualizing?
Please hold.
If you're gonna ritual cast, it's 10 minutes. You have to wait. Which I mean, at this point,
Yeah.
you're not gonna get anything because you have to.
I'm gonna detect magic. It's
Alright.
slowly eating my friend.
All right, I'm gonna
quickly.
also. I have a knife, so I'm just gonna pull a knife. Like, okay,
No, don't cut it yet. Wait. Detect magic.
Okay. So you're just casting it outright. So the magic you can immediately detect around you in the radius, you're inside of this space. And so this actual physical space that the detect magic is hitting into the barrier, right? So you're actually detecting that the rock that you've went through, there's a physicalness about it that the detect magic, right, isn't kind of perceiving through a thick, heavy substance or object. So that's the first thing you know. There seems to be some sort of conjuration magic that is happening to around particularly Gilga and the flower. And it seems to be spreading at a very rapid rate, almost that it's kind of feeding and growing exponentially, not off Gilga, but it's just kind of growing in a very large mass. The actual the rock, the actual stone there has some magic too, and so you're detecting the magic that is on there, and that is a school of transmutation. And it seems as though there is something that is kind of created or maybe transmutated the stone, and that you're able to pass through it. As you are going through the reasoning at this point, Gilga, the flowers have now worked themselves down to the floor, which is darkness. And you can see it's kind of the same material as the outside, the grass, if there's light shedding from the flower that you've touched. And as they begin to unfurl, the flowers just begin to grow now. They grow up to your chin, they grow around your ears, towards your head, over to your eyes. Eventually they kind of compass and grow over. You're still able to breathe. And then these petals begin to grow out of many of them, these kind of green leaf petals, and they kind of grow over them, and they begin to wrap around you as if you're going to be cocooned by
Feels like this could be
leaves.
bad. It's hard to tell, but it does feel like it.
okay. I need someone who could dispel magic. All right, get Thothik. Holy crap, I'm scared.
Hey, Thothik, if I could get a second opinion on if him being fully covered in petals and vines is bad or good, that'd be.
Right, when you said second opinion, I'm like, second opinion? It's enveloping me. What do you mean, second opinion?
It could be an improvement.
I will walk in there. What is going on in here?
Why don't you look?
What?
You're just gonna see a flowered version of Gilga just about to be cocooned.
Alright, it looks strange, but you're still talking. And it's not hurting you.
I mean, am I feeling anything from this,
You feel a
DM?
slight tingling sensation. In a split second, the leaves cave inwards. You're no longer there. Your vision goes black. I'm going to pull you to see.
Oh my god, I thought he just died instantly.
See as the leaves fall inwards, and they begin to fall towards the ground. All the petals begin to slowly go towards the ground.
That feels bad, right?
As they land, they slowly disappear.
Is the big flower still there?
The big flower's still there, with dazzling kind of white lights as it's glowing.
All right. And can I
Buddy,
tell
that's what
via
we're supposed
magic what happened to him?
Just School of Conjuration magic is all you're getting from the tech magic.
Okay, it's conjuration. Thothic. Does that mean? What does that mean? I feel bad. I'm gonna touch it.
Wait,
What?
I think would Thothig be aware of the types of magic druids can do?
Your backstory, most likely not.
Okay.
I don't
But
think you have any
there's
recollection.
no chance I would have read about any of this or have learned about this from our former party member.
Naira, no, this was supposed to happen. The other tree person came in here. We're in here now, and that tree person isn't here.
Okay.
Maybe it did exactly what Gilga did.
I touched
So
the
maybe this
flower.
is well have to do. Go ahead. And Thothig's gonna stick his head out.
I touched the
Alright.
flower.
Everyone, come here. I think we're supposed to go this way. It's gonna be weird, but trust us.
I fully extend out and touch it.
Yeah, it's like I've been sitting outside just a couple
Yeah,
feet away,
we've just been
like,
hanging out here,
listening.
you know.
Like I've just been listening to the entire conversation. Like, what the fuck's going on in there?
It's wild.
I mean,
I've
yeah,
been drawing a
it's
flowchart
strange.
in the mud.
It's strange, but I think this is what we're supposed to do. Come on, come in.
Do you know like anything about what you're doing right now?
No, I have no idea. I'm just touching it. It
It's
seems
a guess, but I think it's right.
I mean, okay.
running on whimsy,
I
touching the
don't know.
flower.
Last time you talked shit about my guess, I got us an altar.
I did touch a rock, and it did.
You
My
guys
mom
could've,
did
like-
talk to me in the rock, and then we had a
Watch-
flashback.
Watch
I
what
couldn't-
happens to Naira when she touches it.
I touched
Okay.
the flower. Watch this.
You touch the flower, and as you do, the same thing happens to what was happening to Gilga. See the flowers beginning to grow.
Crazy,
Same
right?
Rose petals and things that begin to exponentially grow across your flesh, and they begin to entrace you in a very similar fashion to happened to Gilga.
I just
It
want
makes
an
sense.
explanation of what I
Doesn't
just
hurt.
shoved it
Pretty
through.
tingly.
I
Pretty
mean,
cool.
it makes sense. When Paxina did say you were a lot like her, and she knew what was going on.
I'm taking that as a compliment, and
I mean, it should be.
thank you. I'm tingling.
Any like remnants, like petals fall to the ground whenever they get kind of just stolen away.
They just disappear.
And they kind of fall towards the floor of
Guys.
the thing, and they kind of just kind of move into
All
the
right.
same kind of light that you're seeing that's falling around.
You're not here now, Naira, so
So, from what I just watched is that one of our friends disappeared prior, and now Nayara just disappeared by the flower.
and I think the rest of us need to do that.
This is
Why?
obvious-
So
this is
here we go,
obviously some
and
form of
Thothig touches
transmutation.
the flower.
This is obviously some form of transmutation, and I will also touch the flower.
The Pez.
Good, Paz, Varus, touch the flower.
I'm just.
So-
I'm
sorry.
The
gonna.
Lord wills it.
I'm just
No.
gonna take Wingsong's hand.
I don't
Shut
worship
up and do it.
Lord.
And
I
we're
don't
gonna.
worship the Lord.
Shut up and do it. Paylor doesn't
Don't
do
worship
flowers.
him.
Shut up and do it. I'm gonna force his hand to touch it. I'm gonna touch it.
I'm going to resist.
I'll suddenly strike you. I have to.
I'm
touch
taller than you.
Okay.
What are you gonna hit my
So,
ankle?
Did you touch it?
Paz probably touched it, but I didn't.
I'm trying to get you to touch it. We're touching it together.
Okay, so Thothig,
Elma Louise is
Gilga,
flower.
and Era have touched. No one else has.
No, Soot touched it too.
You touched it. Okay.
It's just us three sitting here.
I'm just
trying
curious
to-
of what I just got myself into because I see.
No,
You
you
wanna
don't.
strike-
You don't
you wanna
see
strike
anything.
off
We're
of
not
this?
there.
Okay, fine. Let's drink up. I'm going to lose.
Just got a dead modifier. We're gonna do this.
Are we? How do you resist a grapple?
Oh, I'm just gonna strength. We're just contesting strength.
It's just an athletic, so
So are you
Yeah,
grappling or are
fine.
you striking?
Oh, never mind. I rolled 16. I'm trying to like force him to. I'm trying to push him
You can
into
make
it,
an
basically.
acrobatics-
You can make an acrobatics or athletics check, Wing Song, to stop yourself in this effect.
Okay.
Fail. Whatever. I don't care. I'm touching it. Screw you.
All right, Paz, you
Wing
touch
Song's
it.
gonna get left all
I hope
alone.
the tree kills you. Yeah.
Metis, what do you think we should be? I
He's
mean,
not here.
Sweet.
He doesn't
You
exist.
touched it, right?
he's
This
here.
is an alternate timeline where
I
he
think
doesn't
Varys would have
exist.
touched him.
He's here. It's just that he's just has not like his player's not here.
He follows the group. He's an NPC.
Okay, fine.
You touch
You
it?
know what? I'm just gonna
You can touch it?
I'm gonna cast identify on it.
We
But that
already know
happened.
it's...
That's already happened.
But the thing is, it
That
requires
was
me to.
detect magic, not identify.
Oh.
Yeah, but identify requires me to touch it. So I
Yep.
touch
You
it.
have to
and
touch it.
cast it.
Yes.
Exactly, that's the thing.
so
with
stupid.
absentmindedly, without
seriously.
thinking about the fact that I'm touching it, I just cast it.
Okay,
It's
so you
just
touch it, begins to grow upon you. I do want to state that it takes a minute to actually cast, and unfortunately,
Very
that
funny.
casting time cannot be achieved because you're going before it can succeed.
Welcome to the party.
I don't know if it's a party. I can't see anything yet.
I don't know, but they're all pretty.
They are not pretty.
In an identical way. I zoomed in. They are.
I'm zooming
yeah,
in
it's
Does
like-
everyone have vision?
Yes.
maybe.
Everyone here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Except Varys, but you know.
In our
Doesn't
hearts.
exist.
Yes.
So, no longer nearby the altar, underneath the boulder, you are in an area filled with running streams, grassy knolls, rich ferns, fertile flowers, and tall redwoods that you can see spanning through an up, slightly rooted tree. So above you is underneath the tree. The roots themselves are massive, grow at wide radiuses as they begin to entrench, and the trees spanning high up. So you're seeing through the actual semi-arched entrances, or amorphous, I would say, not really much direction. You're kind of seeing that around you, okay? Creatures dance and move about the air freely with little care that have making their way. You see a bear, you see a deer, you see a bird flying through, an eagle of some kind. Everyone's kind of laughing a little bit, chuckling, enjoying themselves. There are, very interestingly here, wood elves that have purplish green eyes, silver, golden to auburn hair. They're adored in hide, plant clothes, like armor that move about this particular area. They are gathering water from the particular pool that you are actually in, or potentially food from other bushes and branches and other things that exist underneath here. There are more structures than what lies to the north on this map of your position. The structure is a dome of vine, thick, massive, and it rises and moves. It stands just about 27 feet at its apex of dome. Other lean-tos and huts-like structures are abundant around this space. Underneath the tree is a great, about 300 to 400 feet, its actual radius. That's how large the underneath of the space is that you're currently at. First glance, as you stretch around, the community itself has at least 200 people that you're noticing. Not many of them, but some of them are surrounding you. As you come out of the water, Gilga, you are first. You are unwrapped in the same leaves as the flowers begin to unfurl and fall around you, slowly begin to dissipate in the same dazzling looking light. The figures around you have quarter staffs, slightly sharpened at the end of them, and they have little shields made out of twigs and branches, kind of holding it upright and looking towards you as you come. Eventually your party members, bam, 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 one after another. Time-wise, each one happens a couple seconds after another. It's a rapid pace. It is not consistent with how you touched the flower wherever you came from. As they hold outwards, they do not move. They continue just to look at you, staring into your eyes. These creatures, again, I define them as what else because they're figures, are that of a wood elf. Their hair and their freckles and certain things, but their skin tone, their eyes, and their hair color are not that of a wood elf. In addition, they are all females. Feminine body structures and things. Seem to have, you're potentially looking like a sex. You cannot determine that, per se, from what you're staring and looking around here. As many of the crowd begins to look in the direction as you come to, eventually some of the vines of the area begin to unfurl nearby, slightly of a land bridge that crosses over the water. It's only 1.5 feet deep. It's tranquil, clear water with vines and other sorts of things growing out of it. Begins to pull back and opens. As it does, these elves begin to retract, pulling back away, moving, giving paths. Just going to move their tokens out of the way very briefly here.
Goo goo gaga.
Thank you.
I have
Oh,
been
thank-
bornded.
I don't think we should say goo goo gaga. Just being honest right now.
It
I don't
feels like I've
speak
been
plant.
bornded.
Hi.
This is Wing Song we're talking about. Just
Oathwing will just look at the ones around him and in Elvish say, "Thank you for your help."
Yep, thank you.
They don't respond. They just move the core steps back, bucklers back, kind of sidestep, giving paths and ways as you approach. Tez currently is kneeled down in front of a pool, drinking water out of it. As you come
My
in,
God, like a plane.
vines regrow at the backside. Now into this space, this large dome of vine and thorn, there is a pool, water, okay? It's not very deep. You're looking at flowers and things grow around it, forming a kind of an embankment and wrapping around. These flowers are unique. It's something that you've seen, potentially Paxita's house. You've been there. There are logs, logs that have little mushrooms, and then leaves underneath. Some ferns growing in here, but it's quite plain. Upon a leaf pile, there's a figure that sits crossed the legs, just sitting down, the staff sitting down upon the legs. This figure appears to be, again, similar in race to the others, and as well as if you had a kind of, again, not really a sex you could declare here, but wears very little besides an interwoven fern leaf dress, green stained hide boots. The staff is made of vine and leaf. A thorn and vine crown sits upon the head. Beautiful golden blonde hair as it flows freely down to the mid-chest or mid-back. Eyes are hazel, green, and violet as they kind of glow. Features are fierce, sharp. There is a wooden amulet that dangles from the chest, inscribed with these interesting ornate runes of language none of you are able to read or speak. Inlaid into the wood is an inch-long egg-shaped black gemstone. Opaque, craggly. This figure raises the hands, looks towards you. Tez is slowly sipping the water. Looks around, his eyes. One of the leaf pile stands up. Hello. I am
Hello.
Matriarch Yaslina.
now I think we're in the Feywild.
Hi, excuse me.
And I'm just like quietly whispering that to Paz, like, now I think we're in the Feywild.
Excuse me.
Ooh.
Former Fae coming in peace. I like give like a I think I'm supposed to like bow. My name's Nyera. I give my last name just in case anyone else is gonna recognize it. It's Nyera Caldera.
I just noticed that your name in the game is misspelled.
Is it?
Yeah, Caladra.
Oh, Caladra.
Calad-
No. That's correct. I said it wrong. I was going off memory, but it is there.
Okay.
Caladra.
I was like, dang, that's been a long time.
I know. No, I haven't had. I haven't used my last name.
You haven't had to say your last name in a long time.
Yeah, I honestly don't even think we really introduce ourselves half the time we interact with people.
I mean, we
But
say
yeah,
our first names.
I like.
don't-
It's not true.
I try to introduce myself the way my mom would have taught me to do so in a formal way.
I mean, my formal name is like long. I think I don't know what do I recognize myself as. You know, it's kind of like just.
I don't know.
keep it
I'm
from
just
me,
running
but-
off
I want to hear Naira say her last name, and I'm like, that's her last name?
this whole
That's
time she had one.
Dara?
Sets down the staff as the
Galadra.
staff vines begin to grow and planting the staff into the ground. Slowly leaves the leaf pile. Holds up the hands to you. Welcome. All of you. Towards the rest.
Thank you.
I want to look at this pool of water and see if it's like
You must be hungry.
weird.
That would be lovely.
Holding up the hands, see the eyes cackle with purple and pink. As well as the hands. It's dancing purple and pink lightning from the eyes and the hands as fruits of a variety begin to grow from flowering of the vines. Flowers begin to grow, then fruits grow from them. These fruits are foreign. You've never seen them before, so they begin to grow in abundance. After that's done, points the hand as the lightning begins to subside, points towards the pool at the center. If you're thirsty, the waters of Talus, they are clean and pure.
Madame.
What's a talus?
Yeah, what's Talus?
Talus. Raises the hands outright. The ceiling of the vine begins to pull back, retract just slightly. Raise the hands upright. That is Talus. This is its grove. Their grove. And we are Salinar.
It is so good to meet you. We were looking for you.
Vines begin
Or
to
looking
form again
For
to form the dome.
someone within the Salinar to talk to. Thank
It
you
takes-
for welcoming us here.
Yeah, I don't want to be rude. I take like a sip of water.
Yeah, I wanna follow Naira's, suggestion. Just drink some water, eat some fruit.
Nair, the
And
first
as
to
I-
drink the water, as you begin to cup the water and drink, slight tickle of electricity on your tongue. As you do, your eyes slightly go wide as you begin to feel the memories and the consciousness of everyone who has drank this water, as well as the matriarchs. Feeling you're connected to an interweb and a fabric around you. Drink the water and you're just kind of staring for a brief moment. You take a bite out of some fruit. Got little tiny spikes on it, similar to maybe a plum, but not necessarily that, with little spiky things. And you can take a bite. It's really delicious, fruity. Go down to the water and you drink it. Same thing happens to you.
This will go good with me.
Voice in
think
your
so.
mind
Take
as
it
the
to the
matriarch
water.
looks towards you. A voice in your mind, a voice in your mind begins to enter out. We do not eat meat.
Yep, I was gonna say that seems.
You don't eat me.
Gilga?
That's crazy.
Gilga?
Every living thing,
Gilga?
Gilga. It's an every living thing kind of situation.
Just go with it, Gilga. It's okay. Sophie's gonna drink some of the water.
Gilga, you have a
Same thing
tendency
happens to you.
to say what you're thinking out loud. Keep it inside for now, okay?
If I take any more drinks, do I know it's pretty instantaneous, but do I notice any moments in that consciousness that like are familiar or in reference to things that we've heard about, or is it just
It's just the water is just connecting you
got it?
and to at the epicenter of connection. So when you're searching, epicenter of connection is something, and you close your eyes and you're focusing on that, and it is Talus. It is a tree. And as you're brought to for a brief moment, towering high above, this purple and pink lighting is traced around it in a void space. The voice comes as you're beginning to reach. The voice speaks.
Hello.
Welcome.
I want you to know this is the coolest thing that I've yet to have ever done.
You are safe now.
I appreciate that, although we are sacrificing our own safety. We're trying to fix the undead problem. The corruption problem.
For those who have drank the water, you also can feel Myra's conscious drift towards the epicenter of this web. And now you, as you reach yourselves towards that, you can put yourselves in the same position as where Nyera is speaking. You hear the voices of both of them talking.
To me and Paz, what does it look like everyone's doing?
Yeah, I haven't drank or ate anything yet either.
Yeah,
Their
3 of
eyes-
us are in and 3 of us are out.
Their eyes are
Yeah.
closed and they're unmoving.
Who are you
Yes.
talking to, Nayera?
Oh,
Who
I'm talking to Talus. I'll be right with you.
So
is it okay if I listen?
this happened.
Yeah, but I don't normally get to talk to trees, so I'd appreciate if I could take point on this one.
I just want to listen. This is fascinating.
At this point, that doesn't surprise me.
It's pretty. Excuse me.
The leader used to do.
There's got to be an honorific for you, but it's Talus, but I don't know it.
They never woke.
Almighty? Is that
Almighty
I am
Talus.
Talus,
right?
a name given to me by those that worshipped me. I am connected, or once was, to many of my creations.
I think this corruption may have hurt that connection.
Something that has retracted my influence. Salinar, they pledged themselves. In so doing, I provide whatever it is they wish.
Okay. Do you need help, or do you think you could help us help the marshes and out past the marshes with this corruption?
You wishing to fix this corruption?
Yeah, very much so.
Crack in the tree begins to form, splintering as it slightly begins to open.
It's the
White
coolest
light.
thing that I've ever done.
Tracing of purple and pink. Then I will make it happen. But you need to stay here after it's done.
Could you elaborate on that?
Salinar are provided with the requests they make. And in exchange, they stay here. That is what I require.
Are you fully capable at any time of eliminating this corruption?
I do not act the same free will that you do.
Gothic.
Hey,
You've been no, you've been able to hear this the whole time, right? It's
What do you-
through
what do you
yoga,
think?
right? You've been able to hear this.
I don't.
hey,
The fine print seems weird on this.
Got my back.
I mean, so saying that you can do it, but it would require you to stay here.
Yeah, it seems pretty quid pro quo. It's just the.
But
It's
the
just
other Salinar, the one called Trisha, she's moving around.
Yeah, but she's not like moving around. She's like still in the trees around.
So she's able to put herself in our plane, even though she's probably in there. Somehow the magic lets her project herself into our world.
Excuse me. We didn't settle on an honorific, but Talus.
Yes.
Do you know where we can find the source of this corruption?
No. But we can find that together.
You seem genuinely really cool. I did come here with friends though, so can I sort of check in with them and then check back in with you on this one?
I'm gonna take out my spear.
Oh, stop.
Of course. I will always be here.
Okay, that's really... Okay.
I'm readying it, and I'm gonna point it at her.
Alright, well, I'll just circle
Jill,
back.
Claris.
I will circle back on this one.
Yeah, again, you're just connecting. You
I
despite
know.
that connection. You're still here in this map.
I
You're
know.
still in presence. This is just what your essentially your mind, your consciousness is
I
going
know.
to, right? So, and then those that are connected are able to hear this. So, Paz, you are taking a spear and you're raising it up to Nyara, whose eyes are closed.
Oh, I'm raising it up to. I'm raising it up to just Lena.
I've left the chat.
That's right.
You left the
Selena's-
chat. Just
As
She
just-
is on
it's just
planet
sitting.
Jupiter right
So
now.
it's just sitting, legs crossed, the staff now on along legs, and it's
She
just
can hear
has
us
the
anyway.
eyes closed and just sitting there.
That was.
My eyes are
Interesting.
open now, right?
I do have to interrupt because I forgot. We did not take a break. So
No, we haven't.
We haven't taken a break.
It's okay.
Oh, this is the worst time to know.
We should probably get some. Yeah, let's take a little break. Let's
Oh.
people can use the bathroom, get some drinks. Right, take a little break.
Yeah.
So we'll take.
There's
we'll
a
take
lot of inner torment, and you're just extending it for me.
Well,
Why?
all right. We'll take a quick break. 5 minutes. Right. We'll do a 5-minute break. Then we'll come back. So you're watching the stream 7:21 p.m. PST. We'll be back. So we'll see what happens, and we will see you soon.
I'm sweating right now.
Why?
All right, welcome back from our quick break here as we're coming into it, which actually
Dab.
longer. Yeah, damn,
Um,
no, none of that. What are we doing? No! No! All right, so as we're coming back into it, I'm not gonna go through recap. I don't think it's necessary. And scene.
Right, my eyes snap open.
Nair. Nair, you there?
Yeah, I am there. Did you
What
see all
was it
that?
like?
I heard, saw whatever. However, it was coming into my mind.
Okay,
yes.
but you saw the lightning, right?
I did.
Okay.
You
Was
guys
it like-
all right?
Something about this Talus. It said it'd do whatever you want if you stay with it. I don't think it cares what it is you do. You asked it to stop the corruption, it said it would. You asked to find the corruption, it said it would. I think if someone asked it to start the corruption, it would.
Well, have you thought about asking it?
I think someone's using it to cause what's happening in our world.
I think that's highly possible. Guys, we've all seen pink and purple lightning before.
I
I saw it. We saw it here with this beautiful
With the
creature.
mate, right
Right.
behind you.
And we've seen it in the. I saw it in the tree. It opened up with it.
Matriarch opens their eyes. I see that you all are conflicted.
How are
No.
you? How are you feeling?
I feel fine. Perhaps
do you
you
feel-
all need to have a seat.
Ooh, can I get to like a really comfortable one?
I'm gonna stand up.
Yeah, I'm gonna stand up too. I just
I
heard
was
that
I
one.
was sitting on a log, but I'm standing up.
As the matriarch stands up, grabs the staff. The Salinar. We have worshipped Talus for generations.
Right.
In our very early history, we were transcendents from the Fey Wild through a natural congruence that bridged two planes. This place became known to those as Thixia, and the area of congruence named as Sotoric. These are names that we did not provide as we moved to a more natural state. And our worship of Talus grew hate and fear for the gifts that it provided us, such as eternal life
hmm
and what you see around you.
Madame, Madame, I got a question.
Don't be a dumb question.
Would you say the connection was called the congruence?
This is correct.
The Silvatoric? Or
A congruence between two planes.
Okay.
the I'm just
The
Have
area
you-
that this congruence occurs was named by the Fae that created Thixia as Sotoric, a name of a very powerful Fae Magi that created a tower.
In the marshes?
You, I can see, refer to this place as the Marshes of Unveiling. But to us, it was once the Redwoods, as was to all Fae that inhabited it.
Where there was a peace accord.
What do you mean?
There was an attempted peace.
Do you remember?
There was an attempted peace.
And it failed.
That is correct.
And then the marsh happened.
It's not as simple as you have made it sound. Previous matriarch, known as Kalima,
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
you spread the
She
evil.
is my predecessor.
That you feel what way toward?
We follow our matriarchs in their decision as they are chosen by Talus.
Okay.
An
That's-
honor that goes across the entire grove. For Talus does not function like we do. It does not have a conceptualized free will. It merely provides whenever you ask. In exchange, she will stay and nourish it, protect it,
Did
be a
catch
part
that?
of it. Kalima was approached by guardians known as Ferlion to extend peace after both Salinar and Thixia had done horrible and hideous acts against each other. Prisoners were taken. Some were tortured. Thixians wished to destroy Talus. Our home, our grove. Salinar, we grew angry and revengeful, I should state. Kalima did something that would forever change the scope of the entire grove. In your time, 962 years ago, the conflict between Thixie and Salinar grew to a tipping point. Fae, Thixie and Fae, imprisoned all Salinar for trespassing on their territory and questioned them about Talus's motivations within Satoric Citadel, guarded and walled central section of Thixia where this congruence takes place. They housed our people, tried to extract the information needed to harm what we call life. In retaliation, Salinar pursued, and they slaughtered Fae, Thixian Fae, referring them to as evil. Many years later, in your time, this would be relevant to 738 years ago, Kalima and Salinar used their powers that Talus bestowed to them to stop the congruence. It was Kalima's request of Talus to stop the congruence to Feywild. In so doing, caused irreparable harm to the very redwoods we called home. This is how Talus works. Will be achieved. The request was made, and it was accomplished. It was just not what Kalima was expecting. You are muted.
You're muted.
Sorry, Kalima asked for help, and the help that was given was corruption?
It is not, again, as simple as you have proposed. The request was to stop the congruence to the Feywild. That has been accomplished.
But the corruption still happened.
Or the corruption was needed to stop congruence.
Kalima was never the same. A darkness stirred within them from the very magic they had conjured. Many Fae, Fixian Fae, were made refugees, hunted by shadows, entities of a foreign nature. They were wild and ruthless, stealing the very souls that called yourself whole. Salinar fell prey as well. You were not immune. Some deserted away from Kalima, and they too were hunted.
They stole souls.
This is what it felt like. Together, Salinar with Ivrai, rangers that grouped themselves together in effort to fight back the shadows and harm. We attempted to stop Kalima, put an end to them. There was another. Something came somewhere else. Rose quickly, purpose and ill intent. As your kind would refer to as a black dragon named Rugash. Even though we put an end to Kalima, Rugash slaughtered many. We have stayed in this grove. I have told all of my kind to stay safe. As Rugash cannot harm here. This is a sanctuary. You all are here, safe, free to eat, drink, rest, as long as you so wish.
We're hoping to deal with Grugash.
It is our plan to take him down and leave.
We're just trying to help our side, who is currently suffering under the aforementioned terrorizing.
He has done enough damage, and we need to stop him.
This place will be a sanctuary in your quest. I will not send my kind. Help you.
That's fair.
That is understandable.
If you could just help us with one thing.
Yes.
Can we please see that rock that you're wearing?
This here.
Yeah, the black rock part.
This
Our friend
isn't-
here has a similar stone himself.
Show her, Gilga.
You know, we think they might be connected, and we desperately need to connect them in order to handle Grugash.
Yeah, I'm gonna hand it over.
No, don't hand it over. Just show it.
Okay, it's fine. Just showing it.
I see within your minds that this is urgent and something of necessity.
Those
But
are both accurate statements.
I'm afraid I must tell you that this is an amulet that has been held by our people for your time, thousands of years.
Fair. And we're not asking lightly, but we really, really need it.
Don't you think it's time for Salinar to try and help stop what Kalima did? Because you obviously aren't. If we stop it,
Seems
you no longer need to be in a sanctuary and hiding.
We are not
seems
hiding.
very
Sounds like you're hiding.
This is our grove. This is where we live. It is and always has been.
It would be nice if all parties could live with a little less fear. And we, again, not to understate this, really need it.
We have done and fought. I will make
We're
a
not as-
request to you then.
Okay,
A promise.
okay.
You must
Pinky
return
promise.
it to us when your quest is completed.
I'm pretty sure we can do that. The quest encompasses a larger amount of dragons than one, but we do ideally have an end, which is when we've handled this larger amount of dragon situation. Yes, I know my life is going to be longer than is going to be fairly long. I think we have one or two party members with fairly long lives. We will work to get the rock back to you, with possibly additional parts fused to it.
I can see you are pure of heart. You are truthful.
It's a work in progress.
Takes off the amulet. Holds it. Begins to shape the wood. Moving the... forming gaps in the inlay and takes the stone out. Begins to hand it over to you, Gilgan.
Go on, Yoga.
Alright, come on, Gilga.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not very eager to touch things after what I just felt.
I know,
Oh,
but
crap.
you wanted to talk
So
to
we-
a tree. You did it. Put the rocks together.
You saw what happened with Varus' storm. It's probably no different.
Maybe you'll get some.
And I touch it together.
They both become liquefied as they begin to magnetize together towards them. As they do, they begin to form into a crescent shape, slightly smaller as your palm size, again relevant in size to when one piece was, slightly like an inch. As it is, becomes more translucent. You can see through it a little bit more, but it's still maintaining that very thick black sheen, and it's becoming smoothed and almost perfect in its actual construction.
There you go.
It's pretty good. Put that back on.
Yeah, and I'm putting it back on. So let's see what happens.
You can now fly.
Yo! Woo!
Maybe you can get acid resistance.
More than likely,
And
it's just going to end up being.
You
You know-
get
you know-
acid.
Can I
and
can be
fly
honest?
mentally.
Gilga is secretly wishing for silence right now, just to be able to cast silence whenever he wants.
You get
If he
acid.
just wants to silence someone, just there we go.
You wish, not with this group.
Nah,
That's the funny thing is I actually had a very long contemplation of me grabbing silence. For that exact reason. Just
I
quick
would
and slow.
counterspell that just to fuck with you. Just
I'd
fuck you.
counterspell your counterspell.
I counterspell
I
your counterspell. That counterspells
Yeah.
my counterspell.
think
Shit.
I look at Islena and I say, thank you for trusting us.
Of course. You all, I see, are connected. And
Yes.
you are truth of heart and honest. Even those looks towards Paz that have fear and hate in their hearts. I too understand trauma.
Um.
I'm behind, so like he's holding me back.
Speaking
Thank you.
of connected, I noticed that you're the magic sort of happening around here. A lot of colorful purple pink lightning. Is that like made in-house or
That
is that new? Is that how it's been?
that is the gift of Talus.
Cool. So that gift translates that way for everyone, right?
Who was the person before Kalima?
Did his name begin with a
Yep.
Are you referring to the previous matriarch to Kalima?
Yeah.
Yes.
The
Yes.
And why is it that you would like that information?
we're
I like
just-
history.
we're learning. We're on a learning mission right now.
See. Talus refers to them by the name of Magella.
Okay, that is helpful.
Of course,
Oh,
it would
bro!
Really?
Oh, damn it, this float chart!
Wait a minute.
So their name was Magello.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm being serious.
That's only a name we've heard multiple times. That's fine. We're fine with that.
That's a name we've seen in person.
Yes, we met him once when he
Yes.
fought Damodar.
When
Well-
we
Yes.
fought the dragon!
Do you realize how old that makes this person?
Very.
About
Well, old enough to
nine-
apparently only answer one question at a time.
close to
Not
900
really,
years
honestly.
old.
I don't know how old he is.
They are
He's at least 986 years old.
We met him.
Talus
he's helping.
speaks as if this one was the first to plant it in the ground. It is the
That's rad.
first.
Is it reassuring any way that he's helping us from afar?
It is what their purpose is, and it is what is done.
He's playing a huge, long game of chess.
Yes,
The world is his board, and we are but pieces apart.
Teachers, I'm a bit confused. I'm a little confused. Not gonna lie. This might be a question for later, but I will ask it later.
Okay.
Eh?
Should we rest here and then?
I
get
don't
going?
know if I really want to rest
No.
here.
Really?
No. No, we
Why
don't.
not rest here? I mean, it's safe.
No.
I don't really want to sleep here, guys.
Paz is feeling really triggered, and I think we should
No, we
honor
don't.
that.
Can I got
But
one.
We'd
I
have
got
to go
one
all the way back to
question.
Norfolk at least to try and rest.
No,
And
I'll
you certainly
sleep
got
in
to
the-
rest in the
I'll
mud.
sleep at the altar. If
we
I
I
have
was
to.
gonna say the altar wouldn't be a bad choice because it's a clear surrounding, so we can see if anything comes at us. As long as we're
It's-
on watch, it should be fine.
It's protected. There's people that know us. I don't want to stay here. I don't trust her.
I just have like one question for matriarch lady. This is completely unrelated to like what's going on really, but more of just like a clarification. So there's multiple like congruences to like the world.
I do not know that.
I mean, to your understanding, would there possibly be multiple congruences between the Feywild and like where we're from?
All I know is this grove. All I know is the congruence.
Okay. I just wanted some clarification. Thank you, though, I guess.
Is it your choice to leave?
Well, how do we leave?
Yes, we would prefer it if we could leave.
So be it.
Wait, can I bring a flower with me?
Wing song?
I just want to have memories.
Are we able to come back? We have to come back to give you the rock.
Of course.
Is this like an ongoing sanctuary offer?
Yes. Holds the staff, plants it down on the ground. The eyes begin to cackle with purple and lightning as flowers begin to bloom upon your feet, similar in fashion to how you've gotten here. Now, starting at your feet as they begin to unfurl at a very rapid pace, they begin to coat you in the same leaves.
Dang. She didn't give me a flower.
No, you definitely can't take souvenirs.
I was gonna put it in my mug.
As
Well,
you begin
shit.
unfurled, you fall down. You come to. The leaves and the petals begin to dissolve, and those little white dazzling lights before dissipate into the air. And the bowl lays a lotus flower. Same flower is still in the bowl. Creatures around, no longer there.
Well, shit. I didn't get the flower from the lamp. Kinda lame.
It seems like that magic, we might have found its source. I mean,
The corruption magic or
no, the
No.
Demedar's magic.
Damodar?
I don't think Damodar has anything to do with this place, but
The
I
well.
do think there is a connection of it being granted by some kind of deity.
The...
Or
Parasitic
entity, like-
deity.
Well, I
wouldn't
mean,
say
from
I wouldn't say parasitic, just some kind of deity or entity of higher power.
exactly,
Yeah,
because as
that
far as we
connects to them.
understand, as far as we understand, Damodar definitely went to the realm of the nine thingy, the well of the nine realm things.
He went to the
Mm.
well,
And
which
he-
is
There's
attached to
an
the.
end.
Isn't it
Apparently
attached to the
there's
old
some-
one?
It
There's
is attached to the
something in
old
there.
one.
He met with something called the old one, and that's apparently when things start to go to pop.
Does
I
anyone who gets
understand.
God power from God have power specifically color coordinated pink and purple, or is that like they're connected?
I mean,
Pa-
I
'cause
would.
Taylor
have to
is not
assume-
doing pink and purple, so
I
is
would assume it's
Well,
something.
I
If you're
mean,
directly connected to that entity.
okay. So is this tree connected to the old one?
I mean, the old ones are more of
well,
like
hold on now. Just because like something's purple and your Pelor doesn't do purple doesn't mean I can't do purple. I mean, I just
go on,
when I think about Sacred Flame, I think of flame. And
fire.
you know what flame looks like. But look, though thing's gonna cast Sacred Flame between his hands, he's gonna think about purple. Does it come out as
Purple and-
purple?
Talking about the secret flame?
Yeah. Can I make it come out as purple if I want?
Can you? I don't know.
I mean, it'd be just flavor. Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's just
Flavor-wise, it's up to
it's
you.
flavor. I think it's up to you. I think it's how you're trying to make
What
the
if the
flame-like
color of
radiance look.
Color, is it like the
Okay.
color of Palor?
Yes.
Is it because it's
I think-
Palor's
I
blessing?
cast the Sacred Flame between my hands, and I
I
make
think
it purple.
what's out of character. I think what's important to note is that not only were the colors similar of how I described them, but also in the same way that I'm describing them as a cackling light.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like it's a lightning that's coming off of them. It's
It's-
not the
it's-
magic itself.
It's not the
Right.
magic itself. It's the appearance of the way that the shape of the actual like the things are looking, and then these things.
Yeah.
They looked eerily similar. I,
Listen,
like almost
That's
the same.
yes.
There's something I want to bring up now.
what? Baz?
Each and every one of you have called my leader a cult leader, and I was mindlessly following. They're doing the same exact thing, and you just spilled your guts to them.
I didn't do shit. I didn't drink their water.
Not you. I
We
mean,
d-
we're
I-
fine. We didn't drink it.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
I'm
Glad we got a rock.
I will
As-
accept your apologies.
No, Paz.
I don't hear
I
I'm sorry.
have one question
I
for
don't
you.
hear I'm sorry.
Would your leader have let us leave willingly, like she did?
I don't hear I'm sorry.
Answer my question.
I don't hear I'm sorry.
You're
I'm
not
sorry
getting
we
one.
made you feel judged, Paz.
Thank you.
You're not getting one for me, not because of
Taylor
moral
can shove
judgment, but because
Taylor Kensha.
there's a difference between what you experienced and what happened in there,
I
whether you like it or
never
not.
started a giant war in a
Are you
marsh.
feeling stressed, Paz? That was a lot of
Very.
You
similar
did, Paz.
experiences.
Very.
Yeah.
I was about to die trying to kill her,
Aw.
but then he came to. So I still felt really angry, then frustrated. I didn't
I
get
know
to
you
die
can't walk
trying to
those
kill her.
feelings off. I'm sorry we spooked you.
You know,
Sorry,
I just
you
Drank
were
the
spooked,
water
Paz.
without second thought.
I know.
No, not listening to you, and I'm just gonna
It was not very careful of us.
nothing's being ignored.
We
You
got a
ignore me
rock
now,
though.
lad, but there's
Gilga
going to be a
has the
time
rock
where we're going
feel.
to talk about this. There are things you need to
Yo.
learn about the world.
Gilga.
Yo, Pez, how cool of it of us not to drink the water, am I right, man?
I know how cool of us to not trust the deity that we just
Totally
met
weirdo
that caused a huge blight upon the world.
Exactly, am I right? I mean, like, that shit was probably, like, some evil shit, you know? I mean, that...
You know what's weird? I don't remember slaughtering thousands of the Rixians.
I know, right? Like, I don't even know what a Thixian is.
Okay, we're
I
going
know.
to
I have a
bed, okay?
question.
We are
I
going to
have a
bed.
question before bed for the rational people here. Do we want to know what
Rational.
happened to the folks? Do we want to know if the folks from Norfolk who were taken prisoner, do we want to know if they're still alive?
Yes. And I also
Yeah.
want to know, Gilga, how's that rock feel? What'd that rock do?
I mean, I merged it. What happened? I mean, I had to concentrate on it, and I don't think I did any of that. So
Also, do you honestly think that she's just gonna like, oh, here you go, and then give it back and nothing bad's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Nothing happens with a rock until you get all three pieces.
Come on. Yeah, no, but I mean, you think she's just gonna be like, oh, sure, here you go, and
Can
then just
you-
return it?
What does that
You know
affect
what?
on us?
Can you ask where that third
Exhaustion.
piece of the rock is? Is that possible, or did we already bat out on that one? Did we already strike out on where's that third piece of rock? Because
Yeah,
that
I
would be
think we
really
striked
helpful.
out. We just I don't. I
You
think
Why
asked
are we
me-
exhausted?
Because we've been going.
You
Going
are
for
all
a
on level
while.
1 exhaustion, correct?
Yeah, we've been going and going and going. So
Yeah.
like we're all really fucking.
So we
tired.
were exhausted when we got here.
yeah.
All right.
Well, we were on the verge of exhaustion when we got here.
If there are no objections, Stealthy's going to sit down and cast a spell.
Okay, no,
Well,
I'm in
yeah.
a trance.
Yeah, we need to let's set up camp.
All right.
Yeah.
Then Dothig is going.
I will
to
use my superior
Immune.
You're not used-
survival.
Survival.
And I still
Bull.
have that other expertise I could...
Go on, do it. I'm going in a trance.
Okay.
I'm gonna go talk to this tree and just ask if it's alive.
The pixies aren't there anymore, right? The pixies are just poof.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to attack us
You
again.
don't
Not there,
see the
so-
creatures around you. You're looking with your passive perceptions. You don't see them. So, Thothig, this is... I understand. I've read the spell. Just so
Right.
you know, I know. And this is not because of that clause that's in it.
Oh, this is for a totally different reason.
Correct.
Okay.
Ask away.
Okay. I have a feeling I know why. That's okay.
I want to know.
Are the prisoners taken from Norfolk still alive?
No.
Have the prisoners from Norfolk been turned to undead?
Yes.
Apart from the pieces that Gilga and the dragon hold, are there any other pieces of that stone?
Yes.
Did we never get the one from the child?
No.
We
No,
don't.
we're still looking for that one.
Gotcha.
Thothing's going to come out of his
I
trance.
couldn't remember.
He's
So.
got his mace in his hand, and he's going to take it and slams it on the ground as hard as he can.
Okay, strong feelings.
Prisoners from Norfolk have been turned.
That was our hunch. Where's the rock?
There is more to the rock to find. Apparently, Gilga and the dragon hole pieces, and there is at least one other piece out there. I don't know how many because I cannot get an answer for a question like that. Like, I can't say how many pieces are there.
Well, I
answer.
mean, you
But I
could.
asked if there are any pieces apart from what Gilga and the dragon are holding, and the answer was yes.
It is probably related to that child's necklace, no?
Well,
Well, it's
there's
very
also
likely the dragon has that piece.
yeah, because the dragon did attack the hut after
It
we
went to the
left.
cottage.
But who or what would have the other piece? Is
That's the thing is we don't know because
We do not
like
know.
with Varys, we found them in completely random places. Like there was the
Well-
one that the
well, Varys's wasn't really random. It was more with people of power.
yes,
Varys's wasn't random at all.
but it was kind of random because like that deep dwarf that we
The deep dwarf was working with them.
yes, but the ice giants weren't, and yet they had a piece.
They had a piece.
But they are also like ancient people.
Oh, these are kind of ancient people too.
Exactly. So it's not really random for them to have something that's kind of powerful.
But then there's Merlin who had a piece, and that was completely random.
I
was
a
weird.
child.
But we also
he was only a
know
few
that
years old.
Merlin is a very special person, though.
Interjection here for everyone except Thoughtfig. There were two parties to this war, and we know the Thixians built a tower.
Yeah.
That's
We
a
got
very
one from this
strong
side.
possibility, lad.
Not listening to you, but we have one from this side.
I get what he's
So,
saying.
if there's a tower built by the Thixians,
Maybe it's on that side.
maybe
We gotta get
the
contact
tower
with them, or it's left where they were last
the
seen.
tower might be the next step
Yeah,
if we're
we should-
looking for stones.
I agree.
That's definitely something. If Thothig is willing, he can ask in the morning after we rest.
Well,
Uh,
I
Voice
mean,
emanates coming
best we
out
do
from the
it.
backside of a rock. You're talking about towers?
Oh,
What the
love that.
fuck?
Yeah, we are, bud. Yeah, we sure are.
Who the hell are you, and how the hell did you get behind us?
Hi, I've been following you for some time.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, dibs.
I'm Trisha.
Yes!
Oh my god, why are you here
Trisha,
now?
we have been looking for you.
You're
Trisha.
And when we're all done sleeping and our characters are done sleeping, I'm so excited to talk to you.
Can you just go to sleep or something, Trisha?
Well-
And like wait a moment.
Why don't we set up a camp and we'll talk to Trisha?
Pale
Like,
to long yellow hair, green eyes, slight purplish. The hair is kind of changing hue as well. Fair complexion, subtle features, wears hide, twig, leaf, and fern bodysuit that is formed to fit. Matching gloves are reinforced with thorns. A staff made from a single branch with interwoven vines sits on the back. It's slightly short, to be elongated, pulled out when needed. Yeah, you can rest. I'll just be here.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Deal.
You're just trusting a stranger to just watch us sleep.
I mean, honestly, you guys are
let's
kind of.
Kind of been the.
Let's still
Yeah.
take watches. I
Yes,
think that'd be a
yes.
reasonable thing to do.
Watches definitely.
I mean, like, are like. Can you at least turn around?
What?
I mean,
Are you
Or,
getting
like-
undressed here or something?
Like, can you at least turn around? Because it kind of does feel a bit weird that you're watching us.
No,
I mean-
I'm fine with it.
Okay, watch Nayera sleep, but like, whenever you look towards me, like, close one of your eyes, and then close the other one, like, kind of so you just don't look at me. This kind of feels a bit awkward.
Is that like a tradition where you come from?
I mean, no.
Yeah,
it's
it's
more
a
of
cat thing. Don't worry about it.
It's really kind of just awkward.
Just
Do
put
you
him in a
even know what I
box.
am from? Do you know what I am?
No.
No, I
Do you
don't know
wanna-
what you are. What
Do
are
you come
you?
on over? Come on
Yeah,
over.
I'm a tabaxi.
I'm so fucking tired of all this. Can we
I'm
please
a
go just-
tabaxi. What?
please
What?
just go to bed?
Okay.
Trish,
gonna-
you can come sit next to me. I'm gonna trance.
I'm gonna
okay.
climb this tree and I'm gonna set
I'll
up my
just be
hammock.
here. Kind of makes
Okay.
way and sits down onto the tallest rock,
Okay.
folds.
So cute. Totally fine.
Tomorrow you can learn more about who we are. Tonight
Alright.
you can just go prance with
No.
Leia.
Yeah.
Slowly watches you all kind of bed down, forming your bed rolls, and then like matches and mimicry you all when you
So
lay down on
cute.
your own.
This is so
Adorable.
I'm gonna talk to this tree and ask if it's alive before I climb up it, and I'm gonna hang a hammock on it.
I'm
Well,
alive.
Climb up,
I'm just
hang
gonna,
your hammock
I'm
from
just
it.
gonna, I'm just gonna talk to it like it's alive.
Sure. Doesn't respond to you.
Doesn't have to.
And with that,
Don't-
everyone deciding to get rest. As you begin to set out your bedrolls and things, the temperature in here is warm and inviting. It also has not rained, just FYI, since you've been in here.
Oh
It's still
no.
not raining. In addition to, the sun still seems to be diffusing through the fog. But you feel
Wild.
tired and exhausted. As you all now go through a long rest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I still would like to, when I rest, I'm gonna try and talk to my stone
Well,
again.
Is it a new day?
But we don't have
I
to do that now if you don't want to.
Yeah, it's
need
a
to
new
go
day.
to bed.
Yeah, I think we need to
Hey.
wrap up. So
Yeah, we will wrap up here. That's all. I was gonna wrap up here. Paz, we can come to that. The start of next session if you'd like.
Perfectly fine.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and get some experience calculated for you all. It's also incredibly hot here where I'm at. So
Yeah. It's out
How
here
hot is
too.
it?
I'm
Same.
roasting right now.
Huh?
yeah.
In this
How hot is it?
room right now,
Mhm.
right here, it's 96 degrees Fahrenheit right now.
96
Ouch.
degrees.
I'm not
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's
Yucky.
110
I got a thermometer
where
right
I
here.
am.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not.
Inside your
But it's not
apartment?
in
Right
your
now,
room.
in this room is nice. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
gonna-
you know
not
what
a-
my daily temperature is going
But
outside?
it's not 110.
96.
It's not 110 where you're sitting.
Yeah,
Oh
For
in
the
yeah, you
your
want me
last
to
4
sit
hours.
outside?
Yeah, it's
Open the
Wait,
window. Open the window.
I
There you
can't. I
go.
don't know if I can open my window, honestly.
Oh my god, you can't
That's a
open your
fire.
window.
That's a fire hazard.
That's so
That's
bad.
bad.
You can't open your window?
You
Well,
can jump out it.
I never tried opening it. So I
You
didn't-
should confirm that window has the ability to open.
I had to check what the weather is and
It's only a fire hazard. Listen, there's only a fire hazard if you can't break through it.
Okay. It's
so currently at night at 10:07 p.m. it is 94 degrees.
I guarantee in
outside.
your room it's 68.
You're right. It's like 72. But like outside it's hot. And then during the day it's like 110. So
Oh,
like
yeah. So Haley,
Yes.
I forgot to tell you last night. So
Yeah.
we thought we were going to get a storm for a few minutes there.
Right,
like, the
'cause
wind
of
was
how-
going like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The drive down out of your complex there are a couple very large branches in the road
Oh no.
that had been knocked down. I had to
Yeah.
go around.
One time we had a really big storm, and a really big like trunk like branch of a tree did fully land on a vehicle.
Oof. Yep.
And there we've had once or twice where an incredibly big one has blocked the entire road out
Yeah,
of the
right.
complex. So
Yeah.
yeah, it was really windy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to calculate experience 1,045 experience each. That should put you at 53,389 experience total.
Okay.
All right.
Slow but steady.
So let's stay. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. And we will be back for another session with the Fellowship. That is
the
Woo!
Nameless
Nameless.
Fellowship.
A Nameless Fellowship. And Trisha.
Ooh,
and
and
Trisha.
Trisha.
Bye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Trisha.
Bad,
Yep.
hopefully.